Okay.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to this special meeting of the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District. I'm Zoe Kirstine Tucker, President of the Board of Directors, and this meeting is now called to order. The time is 9:31. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Director Seer,
Here.
Director Hassett,
Here.
Director Holman,
Here.
Director Kirstine Tucker,
Here.
Director Kishimoto,
Here.
Director Riffle,
Here.
and Director Siemens.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we proceed with the business of today's meeting, I'd like to review the district's teleconference meeting procedures. This meeting is being held in accordance with a recent amendment to the Brown Act through legislation known as AB 361, which allows a fully remote meeting during proclaimed emergencies. We're doing our best to conduct a meeting where everyone has an opportunity to listen to the meeting and to provide comment. The meeting agenda explains how members of the public can provide comments at this meeting. The public may submit written comments and may provide public comments through the internet or via telephone. Members of the public who wish to comment during the meeting should submit the online public comment form available on the district's website. Let's start by briefly describing the process for today's meeting. Board members and district staff will be participating in the Zoom online meeting as panelists to have the ability to mute and unmute themselves and to interact among each other. Members of the public will join as attendees. They'll be able to hear and see all presentations, but will not be able to unmute themselves or share their screens. During the public comment period, the district clerk will call on members of the public individually who have submitted an online public comment form. Commenters will be allowed to unmute themselves to address the board for up to 3 minutes, and at the end of 3 minutes, they'll be muted. Video of guests is turned off in Zoom. This will help the meeting run without interruption. Board members and staff, please keep your microphones muted unless you're speaking in order to minimize background noise. I'll be asking for board member questions and comments by calling on individual board members. I'd like to remind all staff members to announce your names and title when speaking to ensure that the public and the board know who is speaking. Thank you. All right, we'll move now to public comment on items not on the agenda. Are there comments from members of the public on matters within the jurisdiction of the district but not on the agenda today?
President Kirstine Tucker, we did not receive any public comments to be read into the record for oral communications.
Okay, very good, thank you. We'll move now to adoption of the agenda. Today's special meeting is the second of 2 annual strategic planning retreats during which the Board of Directors will review and either affirm or amend the proposed fiscal year 23 through fiscal year 25 capital improvement and action plan. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda, please?
This is Director Riffle. I move adoption of the agenda.
Director Seer, I second.
All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second and a roll call vote, please.
Director Seer,
Yes.
Director Hassett,
Yes.
Director Holman,
Yes.
Director Kishimoto,
Yes.
Director Riffle,
Yes.
Director Siemens,
Yes.
and President Kirstine Tucker.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Very good, thank you. All right, at this juncture, I will turn the meeting over to our General Manager, Ana Ruiz.
All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the board and to the public to today's retreat on which we will be proposing and presenting our capital improvement and action plan for the subsequent 3 years. And this is the first time that we are bringing really a truer 3-year CIAP to the board. And I just want to go over just some highlights of this 3-year CIAP and what it's proposing to do in furthering the district's mission. So we remain fully focused on land preservation. There's a number of key land preservation projects in the CIAP, including closing out and finalizing key acquisitions on the coast side that would result in nearly 7,000 acres of newly protected lands under Midpen ownership. There's also numerous projects to fill in holdings within preserves, including that Sierra Azul Open Space Preserve, and also protecting important watershed lands in the foothills and ridgelines. There's also a strong emphasis on natural resource protection with 40 different projects in the upcoming fiscal year, FY23. And it includes ecologically sensitive vegetation and fuel management work to enhance wildland resiliency, including numerous grant-funded partnership projects, as well as many wildlife management projects to protect sensitive and locally important species, including badgers, aquatic species, mountain lions, and the Santa Cruz kangaroo rat. We have a couple of important wildlife corridor projects, including our Highway 17 wildlife corridor and another one at Alma Bridge Road that are included. There's also enhancements and restoration projects for native habitats, including our project up at Russian Ridge at Prisma Creek, enhancements at our Stevens Creek Nature Shoreline Study Area, the Madonna Creek Fish Passage Project, and numerous pond improvements, as well as focus and emphasis on climate resiliency with a drought response plan, an aquatic habitat resiliency plan, a carbon storage project, and restoration forestry project. There's also quite a bit of emphasis on expanding equitable public access to nature in a manner that balances the need to protect sensitive resources, including numerous multimodal access studies and subsequent implementation actions, improving and expanding parking areas and opening new areas and trails to public access, and removing ADA barriers to improve accessibility, as well as wayfinding enhancements and new numberings at trail junctions. And we continue to work on supporting local agriculture and the benefit it brings in protecting grassland biodiversity, wildlife corridors, and watershed systems, including numerous grazing infrastructure improvements, such as wildlife-friendly fencing, corrals, and new wells, and a new agricultural plan at our Toto Ranch property. And we also continue to enhance our business operations, our tools, and our systems with our records management work, with permit streamlining, cybersecurity enhancements, improved preserved permit system, and upgrades to our radio system, and other improvements that are focused on enhancing our public communications, including our Good Neighbor Policy Update, going live with an online public GIS hub of information, and a new customer relationship management system. And I also want to mention that the proposed 3-year CIAP also has many opportunities for Midpen to further its diversity, equity, and inclusion goals, including partnerships with tribal groups and the implementation of our newly identified DEI strategies and actions related to staff recruitment and development, and community outreach and partnerships. And we continue in earnest on celebrating 50 years of outstanding public support that have led Midpen to preserve over 65,000 acres of open space lands with our ongoing 50th anniversary public celebrations. And so you'll hear about all of these different projects and more in more detail today. We're going to go over them based on our various programs here at Midpen. And so with that, let me go ahead and hand the mic over to our Chief Financial Officer, Stefan Jaskulak.
Good morning, this is Stefan Jaskulak, CFO. Let me see if I can request remote control. There we go. So I can control it, but I'm not going. No. I'm having I have control, but I don't seem to have control. Bear with me for a minute. There we go. I think I did that. Okay. Good morning. Today is as the general manager mentioned, today is the second retreat in the budget process, and the recommendation from the general manager is to review and affirm or amend the proposed fiscal year 23, the FY23 through FY25 capital improvements and action plan, also known as the CIP. If amended, direct general manager to reevaluate staff and resource capacity, and if needed, return to the full board with any additional recommendations for further discussion and direction. So with that, let's dive in. Next slide, please. There we go. The meeting agenda, we had the opening remarks from the general manager, and then now I'll take you through the budget planning process. We will briefly highlight the review of results of retreat number 1, which we had last December. And then we'll go into a more detailed discussion of the capital improvement and action plan by the 4 programs. They'll be led by the 2 assistant general managers, Brian Malone and Susanna Chan. And then we'll wrap up later this afternoon with next steps and closing remarks. And of course, we'll have a lunch in the middle. This is the public comments area. Jen, do we have public comments in the beginning as well, or do we do it just by program?
We can do it just by program.
Okay, excellent. We'll do the public comments by program. This is a slide that will probably look very, very familiar. This is what we use to depict our budget planning cycle. And as you can see, we started in December with first board retreat regarding strategic planning. Yes.
I'm not seeing the slides changing. Is everyone else?
Oh,
I'm seeing the budget planning cycle.
yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I'm seeing that too.
Oh, that's so strange. Yeah, I'm still seeing that first one.
Oh boy.
I see it. Okay, there must be something wrong on my end. I see everyone's faces, but I don't see the slides changing, but which is very
Director
weird.
Kishimoto, I also did email the slides to the board yesterday if you want to try there, and then maybe the Zoom connection will catch up.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Stefan.
Oh, no, and if it doesn't catch up, we may give you a 2-minute pause to duck out and come back in. Maybe that resolves it too, if you wish.
No, it's not a problem. I do have the slides from yesterday. Thanks.
Okay, great. So we're on the budget planning cycle. Slide with the circle with the months and the squares. So we had December. Then after that, staff goes to work and we start resource loading projects. Staff has a good idea as to which projects should be loaded. And what we do there is we look at staff capacity and measure how much time each project will take, just to make sure that what we're proposing fits within our capacity to deliver. Then we move on to March, which is today, the second retreat to prioritize the projects. And then we continue to prepare the budget and action plan and fine tune the numbers. And then in April, we review with the GM. And then in April, May, we move forward to ABC, 2 meetings, action plan and budget committee. And in May, June, it goes to the full board first for a public hearing. Then, if needed, a third ABC meeting, and then in June, the final adoption of the budget. And that is pretty much how we've been handling the budget cycle successfully for quite a number of years now. Next slide. Okay. This is the preliminary FY23 budget. And what we do here is we estimate the revenues together with the controller. Then we estimate expenditures, and on the general fund, a lot of that is extrapolated out by putting an inflationary factor on FY22 and bringing it forward. We don't have detailed budgets just yet. On the capital side, we do have a fair idea as far as the amounts of what it'll be per project. And of course, debt service, we know because that's each schedule is determined when we issue the debt. So when we look at that, we want to make sure that, again, those projects that we propose fit within our means. So we've already looked at it from a capacity, human capacity perspective, and this is the financial capacity. And you'll see that in the general fund, we currently have a plus bottom line positive of $2 million. This does not include new position requests yet. There's quite a few of them coming, also largely for fuels management and coastal management, especially with the proposed addition of Johnson Ranch and Cloverdale down the line. But it still fits even with the projected additional positions. It all fits within the budget, and this is without fine-tuning general fund and without any adjustments in that. So that's a good result. Next slide, please. This is a pie chart overview of the budget, total breakdown of the $86 million. And again, this is a very preliminary number. You can see general fund is at about 51%, measure AA 12, general fund capital 9, and then debt service 28. And if you break out the capital side of it for the C-up that we're discussing today, that's roughly 22 million, 22.3. Measure AA is about half of that. You can see general fund capital is about a third, and then the rest of it is general fund operating, because there are some projects that are not considered capital, but we do list them in the C-up because they have significant cross-departmental activity. It's also important to note that of the general fund capital, a lot of these projects are not yet bond eligible because they're more in the feasibility stage, and they should result eventually in a Measure AA capital project. So there's a little bit of a pipeline in there as well. I think the current count is about 31 Measure AA and about 21 in the general fund capital projects that could lead to Measure AA projects themselves. So there's the pipeline, and then if that happens, we can do a prior year adjustment and bring that funding back into Measure AA retroactively. Are there any questions about this part of the slide as well as the pipeline information? Director Hassett, got it? Oh.
Yes, thanks, Stefan. I just had a question about the Hawthorne Fund on the prior slide.
Mm-hmm.
There's a 56,000 or whatever, no, a 58,066 other funding sources. Is that interest on our endowment fund?
The 6 million, 6,000 is the interest on the endowment fund.
Where are the other funding sources? Where is that coming from?
The expenditures, some of it comes out of the general fund for Hawthorne, and some of it comes out of the endowment. So there's typically a mix between the two, depending on the type of activity that we do.
Okay, that answers it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next slide, please. Okay. Just to recap, retreat number 1, it's still fairly fresh back in December, but some of the key themes. We went through the Measure AA project list prioritization. It's the third exercise of a 5-year list, and as well as an optional list, and this will carry us through fiscal year 28. We also went through the environmental scan. We noted a continued stable financial position for the district. There are, as we all know, supply chain issues. A lot of that is COVID related, as well as labor shortages, higher construction costs, material costs that have impacted some of our project costs and schedules. Recruitment and retaining employees have become more challenging during what's called the Great Resignation. And then we have an increased demand for fuel reduction efforts. And we also have new land holdings coming on the coast side that will put additional strain on our existing resources. And then there's also a review of next steps, some future topics for board discussion. And two topics. One of them is the district's regional role in advocacy evolving, as well as should the district further expand its role in baylands protection, preservation, and resiliency. And the board had a retreat on that a couple of weeks ago in the middle of February. Next slide. There were recommendations also regarding further diversity, equity, and inclusion policy goals. Staff summarized the strategies and implementation, actions for further DEI policy goals. These strategies were developed by staff teams. There were 2 teams and include connecting more intentionally with DEI organization programs, as well as expand our own district programs and to improve outreach strategies to reach all communities. There are also various strategies that will be implemented in the phases and brought to the board as part of the annual budget process. Then again, we had the next steps as far as the future board topics for discussion, and that was the February 16th retreat. The board updated the strategic plan. There were various goals and objectives refined. And this is a summary of those. Also dealing with preserve open space and agricultural lands, connect, engage the public, call out DEI strategies, modify consistent with regional environmental protection vision, better define financial and operational sustainability model, and then leverage new resiliency practices and procedures. So if we take a look at the capital improvement and action plan, and this is a 3-year CIAP. Granted, the 3rd year we're still working on building out, but that'll be further built out before the next ABC meeting, or the first ABC meeting, if you will. So as far as the development, we had the strategic goals and objectives that was updated at the first retreat. We include the vision plan. We include Measure AA, which is the top 25 vision plan projects, including the funding and privatization, the 5-year list. And we look at resource loading exercise, basically ensuring sufficient staff capacity. We also have grant and partnership funding. And when we build the budget, we typically only include those grants that we have been awarded. There's still many more grants in process of application, but a lot of grants are competitive and you don't necessarily know which ones you're going to receive and which ones you're not. So we only include those that we're certain of. And this is a quick list of some of those. We have the phase 2 trail improvements for Bear Creek. There's 1.4 million available. Prisma Upland site clean soil remediation, about 77,000. The IPM implementation of Santa Clara Valley Water District grant, 4,300, but that's the final part of $1 million 5-year grant. And then there's a Wildlife Conservation Board, Wildland Fire Resiliency, 575, and also 100,000 for FY23 for the Highway 17 crossing, a total of about $2.2 million. Next slide. We also use icons. We have, so our CIAP is divided up over 4 programs. And that's, the first program is land and acquisition. There's also natural resource protection and restoration, public access, education and outreach, and assets and organizational support. Those are the icons that we use in the book, in the budget book, with each of the projects. And then we also have areas of interest. So those could be added as secondary or even tertiary icons per project, for agriculture, for diversity, as well as fire prevention. As far as the CIAP, this is the $22.3 million that I mentioned earlier. Here you can see the breakdown within that. Public access is 51% of 11 million. Natural resources, but a quarter of it, almost 6 million. Land at 3% at 0.7 million, and that looks very small, but that's keeping in mind that we don't include the actual acquisition cost of the land itself until the board has decided to buy the land and we know we're going to close. And then we do a budget adjustment for that amount. For example, Cloverdale, should the board decide to purchase that and we close next year, hypothetically, then we would increase that by that amount. And that's $16 million right there, for example. So then that amount changes, that 0.7 million changes each time the board decides to buy land, and we increase that. And then assets organization at 4.4 million. And then if you look at it, the second one is the breakdown by number of projects. We're proposing a total of 110 projects in this breakdown. It's more balanced if you look at it by number of projects. Public access for the quarter, natural resources 36%. Assets to organization is also about a quarter. And then land makes up about 11% with 12 projects. But any questions on that, especially regarding the how we treat land and how we budget land? Director Riffle.
Yeah, thank you, Stefan, and thank you very much for this breakout. I really have appreciated, especially for the number of projects, to look for the balance. I think we've been doing this for several years, and not asking for an answer right now, but as you know, I'm always interested in trends as well as the the individual year. So at some point, it might be interesting just to see, especially in the kind of the 4 breakout areas, is just how have we been trending over the years in this, or if maybe you know that and you can comment on it, but I would be curious just to see, is one trending up, is one trending down, or is an area that we need to maybe focus on more in future years and so on.
Right. That's a good question, and General Manager and I had a conversation about that this week, including some more trending, especially for the ABC meeting, as well as for the board presentation for the budget adoption. And by and large, the last couple of years, the pie chart on the right has definitely been balanced. Everybody hovering around 25%, give or take, a couple of percentage points, right? So it's been fairly balanced as far as that goes. I don't recall off the top of my head regarding the dollars spent or budgeted, but we can definitely put some trending together for that and take a deeper look at that. I think it's a great suggestion.
Great, thank you.
Next slide, please. And I will now turn it over to Assistant General Manager Susanna Chan for our first program.
Stefan,
Yes, sir.
Sorry, could I, just before we get into the programs, I did have a question. I wasn't quite sure if you were going to be coming back for overall questions or not, but at some point today, if you could kind of review how we come up with what our staffing needs will be, for the year, and how is that driven by the capital improvement and action plan we're going through now, as well as then how is that driven by the FOSM, because as we know, the FOSM's been around for a while, but that's still a guide. Maybe at some point during our presentation today, if you could just kind of review with us, because hiring people, that's a really, really important function. It's a really expensive function. I just want to make sure we're all understanding how you all are going out doing that.
Right. And maybe we'll tackle it now. I mean, I don't have a specific slide on it, but the way the process works, there's a couple of factors to it. So we look at the list of projects, and we have a massive spreadsheet that takes, I believe, at least 4 or 6 ledger-sized pieces of paper to print out if you wanted to. It would cover my whole window to the hallway. That basically has every single staff member that would work on project. And we said, okay, everybody starts with about 2,000 hours per year. You deduct hours for things like vacation, personal time, and such. Then, depending on each individual staff member, they'll have different, what's called core hours. And those are meetings that they would need to attend as regular part of their function, not a project function. The managers would probably be heavier on that than line staff. And then with that, we come up with a net hours available for projects per staff member and roll that per department. And we load that. Then we also have the list of projects. Okay, each staff member is going to require to spend X number of hours on a project. We try to load each staff member to about 80% capacity of project hours. Just because things happen, it's not an accurate science. It is a best estimate based on the available information. Sometimes things take a little bit longer, sometimes they take a little faster, but we try to load them to 80% to also have a little bit of a buffer. And we see if that fits. And if it doesn't fit, if somebody's overloaded or a certain project causes areas to be overloaded, we may need to stretch that project. Instead of 1 year, we stretch it over 2 years in order to make sure that we can actually complete that project. So that's how we go through the exercise. As far as additional staffing, then with this year, for example, we also look at, and there's the upcoming coastal management plan that's coming before the board, I believe in April. What the additional resources will be, because there's large pieces of land being acquired. We close in South Cowell, there's Johnson Ranch in the bubble, Cloverdale, quite a bit of work to be done on the coast, and as well as fire, a responsive fire to manage the contracts, to manage the crews. So we also layer that in to see what our needs are, and then we bounce that against the FOSM to see if we stay within those parameters. Additionally, with the FOSM, correct statement that it's been around for a number of years, and I believe it was done in 2014-15. We're planning a refresh of the FOSM, not a complete redo, but a refresh. And there will be a request for a limited term, 2-year fellow, graduate student, to come in and help us with that. Focus purely on the FOSM to develop metrics, to compare ourselves with other agencies as well, to see how, whether it's fire or all of the different factors or everything that we do, see where we ought to grow within the next, I think the FOSM goes to 2045. To break this up, because the first 5 years of the FOSM were pretty well measured as far as year 1, 2, 3. And after that, now it's the next 20 years, is a chunk of a certain number of employees. So we want to break that down a little bit more granular and to make sure that how do we need to adjust it, upward, downward, accelerate or decelerate, et cetera. What is the sweet spot for future growth? So that's layered in there as well. Does that answer your question, or?
Yeah, that was really helpful. Just one very quick follow-up.
Mhm.
As we go through the process, because during our December meeting, the board said, hey, this is kind of our priorities that we have. You guys then put together, your master spreadsheets, as you call it, and to say, okay, given the resources that we have, here's what we can accomplish. I'm assuming that you guys had to make some cuts of, not staff, obviously, but cuts of here's some of the projects that we were thinking of doing, but we couldn't. Versus, gosh, we could really use another 2 people because I think it's really important, that we do that. So I was just wondering, will we see that kind of later on in some of the analysis that says, hey, because of the importance of this, that's why we're hiring these people, or kind of some justification for that?
Definitely at the ABC meeting is when we go into detail with that.
Oh, okay.
And then at a little bit higher level, because at the first board meeting, of course, we won't have as much time as we do at the ABC meeting. We go through that as well. And some of it is layered in here in anticipation.
Yeah.
And we typically don't really completely cut projects. The remedy typically is either to stretch it or to push it into the following year.
I see.
So they typically stay on the list, but we either stretch them or push them into the following year to make it work, make it fit.
Great.
There are no resources.
Good. Thank you. Thanks for taking me through that.
Sure, you're welcome.
And Stefan, let's pause for a moment and see if any other directors have questions or if there's any public comment at this point. Anyone else like to ask a question? Not seeing any. I actually had one. I'm wondering, given our most recent retreat on February 16th, I'm wondering if you can talk about how the results of that retreat are layered in or not layered in to what we're seeing today.
Oh, the project list was pretty well established, the C-up list, but a lot of what was discussed at the retreat would not rise to the level of a separate project, or definitely not capital at this point. So it will come back after the general manager provides the memo that is supposed to be forthcoming regarding some of these topics, and we may see some of it back in the final budget.
Let me add to that, because Stefan is specifically linking this to the most recent retreat where we were talking about the two board topics of interest. Those would fall under core functions for the departments. However, going back to the first retreat, the strategic planning retreat, if you look at the attachment 3, the CIAP list, it does link all the different projects to the various strategic plan goals and objectives that the board adopted at that meeting. And so that's part of the continuation of how we are furthering those goals and objectives in both the next FY23 year, but then also in 24 and 25.
Okay, great. And then Anna, will that be part of the ABC? Will the ABC see that or understand how that is tracked moving forward?
Yes,
the results.
Right. We'll go into those in more detail still with the ABC to further describe those.
Okay, great. Thank you. I see Director Kishimoto has her hand up.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you very much, Stefan. The only question I had was, so I couldn't tell from this report, are we still planning a new bond issuance this year?
Depends on how you define this year. I don't think it will happen in 2022 calendar year. Definitely not fiscal year, because that'll end this June. I doubt it'll be this calendar year. But with Johnson Ranch and then Cloverdale, we definitely need to re-up. We need to issue a new bond. So I could, if I would guess, I would say maybe a year from now, give or take a few months.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Director Kishimoto. Anyone else at this juncture? And do we have any public comment at this time, Jen?
President Kishimoto or President Christine Tucker, no, we do not have any public comments at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Carry on, Stefan.
All right. No, I'm done with my part.
Okay.
Susanna will take over from here and go into start to go into the 4 programs.
Yes,
Very good.
thank you, Stefan. Good morning, board members. I'm Susanna Chen, Assistant General Manager, and I will cover the Land Acquisition and Preservation Program. Next slide, please. The table before you is just for the FY23 program summary. For FY23, we are proposing 12 projects under the Land Acquisition and Preservation Program, with 11 continuing project and 1 new project. And our focus for FY23 is to complete several significant ongoing projects. And I will go into a little bit more detail later in my presentation. And I just want to point out, we are requesting $716,000 under this program. And as Stefan mentioned earlier, the budget request here does not include land acquisitions. And the land acquisition costs will be amended and approved by the board as part of your approval of the land purchase. The budget request here will pay for activity for P acquisition, such as survey or title report. Next slide. So I will start with covering the projects that will bring new lands to the district. The Johnston Ranch project is you should be very familiar with. The board approved the acquisition of Johnston Ranch, the upland portion of the property, approximately 650 acres, back in November of last year. We are currently working with POST, Peninsula Open Space Trust, to apply for lot line adjustment. Application has already submitted to the county. Process is ongoing, but we do anticipate the process will extend into FY23. And as part of the FY23 work plan, we also will secure easement to connect to Burley Murray State Park, as well as securing a memorandum of understanding with City of Half Moon Bay for partnering on the shared parking and trailhead at the city's Johnson House property. As for the South Cow Upland Land Conservation Project, the board approved the purchase of the property back in late 2020. The district now owns 54% interest of this 600 acre property, and along with POST and other private property owners. The property also requires land divisions, and we are preparing the land division application and planning to submit that to the county later this month. And we do anticipate that land division application approval process will extend into FY23. And we hope to complete that process, and then the district will receive the free title of the portions that we are interested in. As for Coverdale Ranch land conservation project, this project will be the focus of this program for FY23. You are also familiar with the property. The property is approximately 6,500. It's located on the San Mateo coast, halfway between Half Moon Bay and Santa Cruz. It is a significant part of the coastal farming community of Pastorero. And the property is currently owned by POST. We have been exploring the purchasing of this property over the last couple of years. It is one of the vision plan priority. It is included in the Measure AA program. Concurrently, over the last 2 years, we've been very actively looking for grant funds to purchase this property. And last year, we were successful in securing multiple grants that effectively closed the projected $10 million funding gap for the acquisition of this property. We are very excited about those grant fund opportunity. We got over $1.4 million from the state Prop 68 grant. We have $8 million general fund request from Assembly Member Berman. We also have $500,000 from the San Mateo County Measure K. But we do understand grant funds comes with responsibility, comes with requirements. In order to meet the grant fund deadline, we have to complete the acquisition cost escrow by March 31st of 2023. It's really just a year away from now. There are a lot of work for us to prepare to bring the acquisition for your consideration, either later part of this year or early next year. We staff is working really hard to try to meet that timeline. We've been working on identifying and documenting property's existing conditions, including infrastructure and natural resources. You have received a draft or preliminary summary report of our existing natural resource assessment back in November of last year. The property is rich with natural resources. The collection of this critical information is still ongoing. We are also working on assessing the roads within the property. A report is going to be ready by the end of this month. We're also working on rangeland management plan and looking at the Lake Lucerne Water Company infrastructure analysis report. All those information will be before you later this year. This acquisition also requires land divisions in a very complicated process, and we're working really closely with Post to prepare that land division applications and for submittal into the county. We're also working on all the transactional document, typical document that we prepare for land acquisitions, such as appraisal, cost sharing agreement, purchase and sales agreement. So a lot of work that's being done as we speak. A big part of this project is, or this effort is to engage our public. If the purchase is approved by the board, it will be our first time for the district to have a more significant and prominent presence in the San Mateo South Coast area. It's really important for us to establish and build that trusting and strong relationship with the local community. It is also important for us to garner support from regional stakeholders for such a significant acquisitions. So we have been working on developing a very comprehensive community engagement plan. And I just want to highlight a couple of things we planned it, focusing for the local community. We are planning several field trips to our preserve, inviting local community members, farmers, local community organization, the school community to come explore properties that we already have on the coast side, and as well as Cloverdale. There will be opportunity for us to explain to them the process that the district has to go through to acquiring a property to managing it, restore it, improve it, and to open it to public access. And also have the opportunity for us to talk to the community to understand their concerns and their questions that they have. So the event is coming this year, and at least one of the events will be Spanish speaking. So obviously there's a lot of work being done and a lot that I can talk about, but I just wanted to let you know that the project is being led by the Real Property Department, but it's supported by department throughout the organization. And just like our general manager Louise described it, it's all hands on deck to carry this project through the finish line. But I would be remiss if I don't mention our incredible partner, Post. This project supports our shared vision for coastside open space and aquaculture protections. We've been working very closely together. We collaborated on getting grant funds to support the acquisitions. We are working together to prepare the land division application. We receive a lot of support from Post staff as we try to assess and understand the conservation values of the properties. We also work together to engage the public to build support from local community and regional stakeholders. So this project is really a testament to our long-standing partnership. So I talk a lot about projects on the coast side. At this time, I just want to highlight another project that we'll be actively working on outside of the coastal area. We've been working with San Jose Water water company to look for opportunity to acquire their land. And if you recall, a couple of years ago, we acquired 180 acres of the San Jose Water surface land, and it was a very successful partnership with San Jose Water Company. And we continue that conversation. The properties that are in discussion right now, it's about 150 acres and fee title, as well as some conservation easement that that being considered. And we both parties understand that we would like to take advantage of the SB 492, which allows the property to be purchased under the Public Resource Code instead of the Public Utility Code. And that will significantly streamline the process. And that and SB 492 is in effect until end of this year. So we are working towards taking advantage, hopefully taking advantage of this law to allow us to complete those acquisitions within this year. Next slide, please. So now I just want to quickly cover a couple other projects that would secure additional property rights for the district. The first one is the Cal Water Land Exchange. This project is actually on our action plan for a couple of years already. The process and the progress is driven by Cal Water. Under this project, Cal Water would receive a water tank easement within El Corte de Madera Open Space Reserve. In exchange, the district will receive multi-use trail easement near Hill as well as El Corte de Madera Reserve. And we also will get a first rights of refusal to purchase over about 1,300 acres of watershed land from Cal Water. We are making, although the process is slow, but we're making progress. We are in the process of, we already developed the easement exchange agreement. Cal Water is reviewing it. We do anticipate to complete that process in FY23. Another project that we've been working on is the Lower San Gregorio Creek Watershed Land Conservation Project. And this is a partnership project with hosts to protect water resources and agricultural land in the Lower San Gregorio watershed area. As part of this effort, the district will be assigned affirmative rights to access, restore, as well as enhance the riparian portions of the property. And we are actively working with hosts to complete this project in FY23. Last but not least, I wanted to finish with giving you an update on the land conservation guiding document. This is a document that we've been working on. The goal is to capture the best practices that have been making the district so successful in land conservation. Our current focus is to review the land conservation priorities within the district boundary and capturing those information in the GIS based tool. And that will become the guidance for current and future employees as we consider land conservation projects. So I think I will pause here. That completes my highlights of the program, and I am prepared to answer questions.
All right, thank you, Susanna. Thank you for that really thorough and interesting report on our land acquisition projects. Directors, are there questions for Susanna at this point? Director Ripple.
Yes, thank you. Susanna, thank you for taking us through that. And I just want to follow up and say thank you to Post. I think we have Daniel Olstein on the call as well. from Post. So thank you, Daniel, for all the great work that Post has done to help us with this, especially with Cloverdale. So Susanna, thanks for calling that out. I think it's a really good point. Question that I have is on, if I go to item number 4 on our breakout sheet, it's the Cal Water Land Exchange for the Teague Hill Preserve. 2 quick questions. In FY23, it says something about secure board approval and OGALS approval. What is, I'm assuming the board is us, but what is OGALS?
Well, it is, I may have to call out real property managers to help explain that. It has something to do with some existing restriction on the property that restricted us to do the exchange. But we are seeking that exemption to allow us for that because the exchange is for fire protection.
Right.
So that is what that step we take as part of this.
Who is OGALS? I guess that's my question.
That is the state office of the office that will
grants and local services.
Thank you, Mike.
Great. So this is a state agency.
Mike Williams, real property manager. When we did a trail project years ago on El Corte Madera, we used some land and water funds, and they're administered through the state office. And there was what's called a 6F3 map. There's a restriction put on the preserve.
Right.
But in this case, since this water tank is being used for fire prevention along Skyline, there is an exemption for allowing for something like this. So we are just working with the OGALS of the state to utilize that exemption for this exchange project.
Got it. And Mike, since we've got you, and if you could remind me, so Teague Hill is quite a ways down or north on Skyline from El Corte de Madera. In fact, it's probably about 3.5, 4 miles, and there's that beautiful Skyline Trail that goes through the watershed lands. Is that the easement we're talking about, is having the opportunity at some point to either use that trail or potentially buy that property?
Yes, it is. And actually the Cal Water property is across Skyline Boulevard from El Corte Madera. You may remember we did the Boulder Trail a couple of years ago that ties into the Skyline Trail.
Beautiful trail, right?
Yep. And so the Skyline Trail currently only allows for equestrian and hikers,
right?
But expandability to include mountain bicyclists, since it is the ridge trail in that section. And then there are some additional trails that Woodside equestrians hold across Teague Hill and the Cal Water property, which those trails will be granted to us so that we can actually build those and manage them across Cal Water property, and they would tie into the Skyline Trail as well.
Got it. Great. Well, thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you, Director Riffle. Any other questions from members of the board? All right, Susanna, I had one. If you would go back a slide, I think it's the last. Yes. So on the land conservation guidance document, I'm wondering how that dovetails with, if you will, line item number 104, which is the basic policies for the coastal annexation area. Are these, how do these efforts come together, or?
Well, it's separate. This guiding document is an internal document. Really is to help to capture some of the institutional knowledge and also providing some guidance for internal and for staff for future land acquisitions. However, as part of this effort, we will look at all the land conservation priority within the district boundary, including the coastside, and the information will be captured in our GIS-based system that can be used for future work. The basic policy update is a policy update at first, because our current basic policy does not include the management plan. And it's been our longstanding commitment to update our basic policy to include the coastside. And that project is the effort to meet that commitment.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I see Mike has his hand up as well.
Thank you. Where it is similar to the basic policy update is our land acquisition policy. We will update and cross-reference the coastal service plan and any other new policies that are relevant in the future. It'll also be the update to our agricultural policy.
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
There will be a consistency.
All right, other questions now? Jen, do we have any public comment?
President Kirsty Tucker, we did receive one request to provide oral comment. So give me just a second. I will take over the screen. Okay, and that request is from Daniel Olstein.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Welcome,
I can.
Dan, we can hear you.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, always impressive to hear from Susanna and Mike about all the great work, and we're so grateful to their team for the great collaboration on all these projects that Post and Midpen are working on together, as well as hearing about some of the other exciting work that's going on. I wanted to highlight and emphasize one aspect of the Cloverdale transaction and our work together that Susanna talked about, which is the work to start actually engaging the public and the community around this. Post has owned these lands for almost 25 years now, and it's been fun and exciting to work with your team and our communications team on starting to share with the public and the community all of the incredible natural resources on this property and the opportunities it presents for educating and for protecting permanently and educating the public and engaging the public in this place. So we're really excited about that, and we're eager to work with both the acquisition transactions team as well as Corey and her team on telling the story of this place and getting the public's feedback on what they want to see out here. And then the one other thing I wanted to touch on, we're really appreciative and of all the work that Midpen is continuing to do around your farmland policy and reviewing and updating that. And that relates to the partnership in the San Gregorio Creek watershed that we're working on there, both to protect farmland and natural resources in that area. So just thought I would touch on that here, although I know you'll be going into the farmland policy work a bit later as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. It's really, when we start looking at these land acquisition projects, there's no better testament to the power of partnership than the work we've been able to accomplish together. And it's taken a long time, really, for a lot of this to come to fruition. And it's really just such a public benefit to have the strength of Post working with the district as we move forward with these projects. So thank you for being here today and for your comments, and also for the great letter that was included in our packet. Are there other questions from the board at this point? Or let me ask, is there any further public comment?
President Kirsty Tucker, no, there are no other requests to speak or comments to be read into the record.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move now to comments, additional questions if you have any, or comments. Director Riffle.
Yeah, thank you. And Dan, thank you for being with us today. And thank you for the great letter. I appreciate it. Just as Director Christine Tucker said, it's really helpful to get that at least once a year from Post. So thanks. I just want to follow up and compliment and congratulate Susanna and Mike and the staff. I am so excited about the projects, the land acquisition projects that we have over the next year to 2 years. We're happy with 65,000 acres, but in the next, 12 to 18 months, we're going to be well over 70,000 acres and growing. So, and these are all, I think, really important land acquisition projects. So I just want to compliment staff. I'm really excited about the projects we have ahead of us.
So well said. Thank you. Any other questions or comments before we move on? I don't see any, so I will echo Director Riffle's thanks to staff for this. It's incredibly exciting. Really appreciate the thorough and kind of well laid out way that you explained it to us, Susanna. All right, we'll move on then.
All right, good afternoon. Brian Malone, Assistant General Manager. We didn't plan any breaks as scheduled times during this session. So I did want to just check with President Christine Tucker if you want to just proceed, or if not, this would be a good place for a quick break if you wanted to take a break before lunch.
Okay, good question, Brian. Let's see, directors, why don't you raise your hand if you'd like to have a 5-minute break? Anybody? I see Larry. I see Kurt. I'll put my hand up. I see Karen. Okay, so let's come back at 10:45. How about that? That sound good? See you all then. Turn on your camera. Let's see. Jed back with us? I can't tell. Dr. Holman, are you with us? Give it another couple of seconds here. I'm not seeing Jed or Karen, so.
Jed is here.
There's Jed. There you are. All right, let's go ahead and carry on, Brian, if you will.
Okay. Assistant General Manager Brian Malone. We're moving into the Natural Resource Protection and Restoration program. And as far as trending, you'll see from this program that definitely the number of items are trending up. Part of that is doing more work in general for the district for natural resource protection. And then also because it also includes both the fire program and our livestock, which of course, as you know, helps us manage our grasslands. So it's part of our natural resource program. So the growth of the grazing and particularly the fire have added certainly a lot of projects in this area. And you'll see that here, 10 new projects, 30 continuing, 40 total. I chose some projects to highlight, still quite a few projects, so I'll be relatively brief, but if you have any questions after each slide, go ahead and ask questions on any of those particular projects. And then at the end, because there's so many projects, all of which I am not covering, if there are any questions on the list that you want to ask at the end, please feel free to do so as well. You can see the overall numbers here, a total of almost $6 million, 5.9, and 40 projects. All right, so policy review and development, agricultural policy, as you know, is going forward. We had a great meeting back in December for the board to provide the framework of what the policy development for the agriculture should be. Our next step, actually probably being issued either tomorrow or Monday, is a series of questions, a questionnaire for agricultural producers to really get direct input from a wide range of the agricultural community on the coast of what their needs are and what the district can do to help agriculture on the coast. And after that, we'll actually hold a in-person agriculture producer workshop out on the coast, and then begin the process of policy development and go through a series of public meetings with the board, hopefully resulting in adoption of agricultural policy early in the next fiscal year. For next fiscal year, it's really the wrap up of this policy. We hope to conduct most of the work this fiscal year. So July, August for adoption sometime in that time frame. And then water quality monitoring program. So this is actually looking at developing a program for testing for different water sources within the district. It's almost similar, we have a lot of well and spring sources for our residential houses, and we do regular testing of that to make sure that the people that are living in our residences are drinking good water, because it's separate from a municipal source that does their own testing. So this is actually natural water sources to see, to figure out what we should be testing for, where we should be testing, how often, that sort of thing, looking at the health of the water quality in preserves. So the first year we'll be setting up the program, and then prior years after that, we'll be implementing an ongoing testing program. Then the next one is a carbon storage study. We have a pilot project to kind of set up what our program would be overall. That's why it's this kind of policy section for the San Gregorio watershed. Now, this is for natural systems, looking at what techniques could be used and what ongoing carbon storage happens in natural systems. I know there is a lot of board interest in carbon farming. We do have a smaller program that has not yet, it might raise to the level of a CAP project, but right now it's a project with the RCD to look at the carbon farming. Basically, that would be biochar application on a small acreage plot at our Blue Brush property, part of Prisma Creek Preserve. And there we're really looking at two things. One, does it help with carbon storage? And then two, what are the effects of adding these additional nutrients to the plant community? Because obviously one of our main goals with our grazing property is managing our grasslands, and we want to make sure that if we do more for carbon storage, carbon farming, that we're not negatively affecting the plant communities by adding additional nutrients. So I knew there, even that doesn't rise to the level of CAP like this project does. I know there's interest in it, so I wanted to mention. So particular for agriculture, Toto Ranch Agricultural Plan. You may remember that we developed a rangeland management plan. There was a lot of interest and discussion about that. And in that rangeland management plan, it doesn't handle or cover the more intensive agricultural area at the homestead of the Toto Ranch. So that property has a residential that's rented to the lessees of the grazing property, and it has a more intensive agricultural operation. So over the next 3 years, we want to develop a agricultural plan for that property. And you're looking at, what the water resources are and what kind of agricultural operation you can have without having impacts to natural resources, and supporting and making sustainable that more intensive agricultural operation at the center of the larger grazing of that property. And then on a second, actually same lessee, the Market Guards, the Lone Trone Ranch, there's a long section of fence, and this is part of the overall rangeland management plan. when we do the rangeland management plan, we look at what the infrastructure needs are over a period of years and then slowly implement them. This one will actually help with riparian protection and then also keep cattle from straying into neighbors' property. I remember one of the more interesting calls I got was from the Jurassic Foundation that have those art installations. This is a few years back. But they actually said, oh, there's a cow next to our glass boat. I don't know if anyone's ever seen that art installation, but that's something that we definitely want to prevent, having cattle from our property roam onto other properties. And then another fencing project is along Labitas Creek. This is in our Parisma Preserve. This one's kind of interesting, actually feeds into the carbon farming as well. So if you remember from our science panel review, the actually most effective way to increase carbon storage on rangelands is protecting and having an adequate riparian corridor. So this will actually fence out a little bit beyond the existing riparian edge, the vegetation edge, and allow more riparian vegetation to grow up there. So brush and trees that are actually going to store more carbon without impacting, a large acreage of the available grazing land, but really increasing carbon storage and protecting the important stream. You'll see later on, this is upstream area that's potential fisheries habitat. And later on, we have a project to actually remove barriers so the fish can actually get there. So at the same time of protecting that stream and then allowing fish to get there. So two projects that kind of work well together. I put together here two of our agricultural well projects. So on the former Driscoll Ranch, we currently have the right to take water out of the creek. We'd like to transition that to a well. The well water and creek water, it's connected in the system, right? So there's some interchange there. But when you're directly taking out of the creek, you're really impacting the water that goes downstream, both for downstream users of the water, agriculture, residential, as well as for fish. So we're interested here in making that a well source rather than taking directly out of the stream. The other thing is this last year, for the first time, all of our grazing uses in the adjudicated San Gregorio watershed are secondary uses. So that means a residential use or sometimes an agricultural use takes higher priority over the grazing use. So we actually had to shut down with no notice, or maybe a day's notice, shut down water use on that ranch, which of course, for a rancher that has a herd of cattle out there is a huge impact. So in addition to improving water that's staying in the creek, we also want to assure for the rancher that they have a consistent water source. So a similar thing, although it's on Toto, we have two existing agricultural wells that are not producing very well. So we want to make sure that we can support the grazing operation. And then as we go forward planning for the more intensive agricultural operation, that there's a water source for that as well. And then the Science Advisory Panel is the next project. The Natural Resources Manager, Kirk Lennington, had updated on the board that this next fiscal year, 23, we don't plan on taking on new topics. Really what we were seeing as we were getting the deliverables on each of the questions the board asks of the Science Advisory Panel, that we really didn't have adequate time before moving on to the next topic to really look at how we're going to implement the results of those studies. So really the next year, and a big part of that is implementing the monitoring program to really set up a program to track and look at the health of vegetation and animals on district preserves. That, there was recommendations from the science panel on, so we want to look at implementing that. certainly some of the things looking at our grazing program, for instance, the Labredas Creek fencing that I talked about is one of the recommendations for carbon storage that the science panel talked about. So a little bit of hiatus that we're recommending for asking new questions, but definitely actively working on implementing recommendations that we've already, or results that we've already received from the science panel. And then of course, going back and looking at the science panel for additional questions in further out years. This one's a relatively small project, but a cool project that I wanted to highlight, the ethnobotanical inventory for tribal partnerships. So we already have a current system where, a member of the public, if they came to us and said, oh, I want a permit to collect mushrooms, we would say no, that they're protected on the preserves and we don't allow collection of mushrooms. But if a member of a tribal community came to us and had a interest in collecting something that was significant for their tribe to collect, we would likely issue a permit. We have a process for that. But what we don't really know are what are those important areas, plant species, sometimes even animal feathers or remains that are important to our tribal partners. So we want to have a process where we talk to the tribal partners and also inventory our lands to see where those significantly important, particularly plant communities are that are important to them, so that we can help connect the two and then issue permits for collecting and managing those resources. I guess I'll just ask any quick questions on this first slide.
All right, directors, anything for Brian at this point? Director Holman.
Yeah, Brian, thank you for all of this. It's very helpful and useful information, of course. Regarding the tribal partnerships, you indicated, if I understood it correctly, that we don't really know what those things might be that would be important to the tribes. Is there a way to get that information proactively? This would benefit, I would think, the tribal partners as well as Midpen in making determinations about permitting, and then to what extent would there be limitations so that there's not damage done that's unforeseeable, or unforeseen, I should say.
Yeah, all permits that we issue for scientific purposes or for this type of purpose always have limitations to protect the resources, and that that's actually one of the great things I think we learn in the stewardship of the land with tribal partnerships is that has always been the practice of people that lived off the land, that had to survive living off the land, was you don't go and remove you don't remove all the seed or all the plant that provides you food or basket making resources, right? So you always are propagating that and helping that go on for years in the future. So yes, protection would always be a part of that. And that certainly, talking to the tribal groups, we have initiated, Aaron Abear in our natural resources department has really made great leaps and bounds. We already have a good partnership with the Amamutsin. I have a project I'm highlighting coming up with that tribal group. And then also with the Moekma group, we've recently had a series of meetings. We're getting both groups involved in our prescribed fire program, which again, we'll highlight coming up. So we're definitely engaging more and very interested hearing from them and them helping us with our stewardship practices, and then vice versa as well.
And so part of that, and by the way, before I forget, I'm not surprised that Aaron Abear is a part of this and leading on this. And just a overdue from my perspective. Shout out to him. I related this to Brian on our tour recently, but a staff member from Sierra Club contacted me and was saying that Aaron had given a presentation to Sierra Club and just raved about how good. I don't know if Aaron's on this call and I don't remember seeing him, but just raved about how good he was, how knowledgeable he was, his presentation style. Couldn't say enough good things about Aaron Hebert, and I can't either. So that said, is part of that endeavor with our tribal partners, is part of that to identify the kinds of things that might be on Midpen lands that would be of value or use to them. Is that part of that work that you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Both hearing from them what's of use and then going out and identifying that in preserves.
Okay, great. Thank you. Very thorough, complete. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Director Kishimoto.
Yes, thank you. Let's see. Yeah, my question has to do with the well drilling. I guess I know we've tried multiple times on Toto Ranch and such, and it actually has to do with both the drought policy that I know we're going to be talking about in agricultural policy. But so, is there a way to do more of a like investigation of the subsurface geology of, or is it like way too expensive to do that, to really characterize what's going on under the ground?
So we always look at it and have consultants look at what the best place to drill. So we're going to get a lot more information. To make it clear, we are currently under contract for well drilling for residential water use. So they had another spring that was dedicated on that property to residential use. And there we were also having problems. I think several board members have noted the charge for delivering water periodically. So obviously that's not tenable to have to deliver domestic residential water regularly to a property. So we will find out how successful we were with looking at the geology and having a consultant choose an appropriate location for the residential well. If that's successful, it wouldn't surprise me if the agricultural well was located not so close that it would impact the water intake for that, but in the same general area.
I see. Yeah, is that done through like ultrasonic scanning, that kind of thing?
I wouldn't be able to get into the detail of how they are looking at it. Mostly using existing maps, though, of so that there are state geologic maps, and we also have listened to the experience of there's a local resident that does water witching as well, which, it's a little bit mysterious, but he has been successful in finding water sources too. So you can't discount at least the experience of being able to go out and choose a good location.
Okay, thank you.
Director Kishimoto. Director Siemens.
Director Siemens, did you have a question?
Yes. Are we still using water witches?
Yeah, that's what I was just mentioning. That's based really on the experience of the person having success in finding water sources. So and it's one of those things that does work.
I know people, there's always questions about it, but I have a friend that does it rather successfully. So I know it works if you get the right people.
Yeah. All right.
Any other questions, Pete?
Oh.
Pete, did you have anything else? I think not.
All right. So here's the fun stuff, the wildlife programs. So the first one I have highlighted here is the District Aquatic Habitat Assessment in eDNA collection. So eDNA is environmental DNA, and this is really exciting because the typical way to say you have a pond and you want to know if that pond has invasive bullfrogs, or it has our threatened red-legged frog, right? Important distinction of how you're going to manage that pond. Well, the typical way is to go out with binoculars and your ears and listen for the right calls and look for egg masses. Very difficult. You might miss something. So this eDNA sampling actually is going to be very accurate for looking at what animals are present in our different aquatic habitats. So it should be a simpler and more complete method of surveying our different aquatic habitats. And of course, that will then feed into effectively managing different aquatic habitats. I think you are all very familiar with the mountain lion study. We just had a report out on the current status of it and the next steps. But obviously, for the next several years, that's going to be a really important component. As was mentioned, we are going to start that. You will see some potential closures of district preserves during the weekdays as we conduct that study. So already really exciting results. If you haven't looked on the Puma project and actually seen the tracks of mountain lions in district preserves, it's really exciting. I really highly recommend taking a look at that. Our Alma Bridge Road newt mortality and population study has also reached a very exciting point. We just recently, there'll be a FYI coming to the board, reached agreement with the county on moving forward that will allow us to enter the next phase that's on our action plan to really look at the design of potential crossing features for Alma Bridge Road. And this is really, getting the newt mortality down to the point that we are confident that there's enough newts safely crossing the road to maintain that population over time. So really, really excited that we've gotten to this stage where obviously we can't do anything ourselves on this project, with county roads being the most important component of it. So we've gotten agreement to move forward on this. So really crucial agreement point. Another really exciting project is the Santa Cruz kangaroo rat. I've added a picture on the slide for everyone to see how cute this species is. And it's a species of concern. There is some discussion of whether it deserves a higher level of protection as potentially a threatened species. And our study will actually help contribute to the science around that. This is only the second population that we are aware of. We weren't until very recently aware of this population, and then it was discovered. So we'll really be looking at this location, and it's up in the Sierra Azul range along Loma Prieta Road. What kind of habitat improvements? Probably actually some genetic testing, possibly through little snares that get little pieces of hair from the rat, so that we'll be able to look at some of those genetics that are important in deciding whether a subspecies needs more protection. So really exciting opportunity to preserve and restore habitat for this very special species, which used to be much more widely distributed, but still relatively localized in the Santa Cruz Mountains. And then, of course, our big project, Wildlife Corridor, Highway 17. So this next year will be the transition into more of a design phase with engineering construction stepping in, taking more of a active role. So we're making progress. This still is a very long term project. If you read through the each fiscal year, you see that we are not at construction in fiscal year 25. So we're still looking at construction probably being out further than that. So this is one of those ones it's necessary to be patient, but we are making great progress with all the environmental review, and partnering with different agencies to get this work done. So long, yeah, you have to think long term. One thing that was very hopeful sign to me is that project also on Highway 17 by the Santa Cruz Land Trust just recently, and they're probably 4 or 5 years ahead of us. They just recently broke ground, and it's a much simpler project too. But they just recently broke ground for their crossing, which is south. And these two crossings of 17 will really decrease the mortality of animals crossing the highway, improve highway safety, and make that vital corridor, which especially for mountain lions is important. As we know, the population of mountain lions in our area is a little bit genetically limited because they don't have the opportunity to travel and connect with other population groups and mate and exchange genetic material. So that is one of the major concerns, even more than the actual numbers of mountain lions, is their genetic diversity. Kirk just let me know that juvenile mountain lion was just hit 2 weeks ago. So that it's a real sad thing that we want to make sure that we are taking care of. But great progress, and we will keep working towards the ultimate goal of constructing that crossing. And
All right.
any questions on this slide?
I see Director Holman's hand up.
Yeah, I've mentioned this before, and I think this is another good time to mention it, that I'm hoping that Midpen will take a leadership role in advocacy with our legislative consultants to make those who are constructing roads responsible for impacts to wildland bisecting it. Currently, that's not the case. That's why we and other agencies are building this Highway 17 undercrossing. There's no responsibility on the part of any entity doing a road to account for that. CEQA doesn't include it. Legislation doesn't include it. I'm quite certain that Sierra Club and Green Foothills would join us in advocating for such a responsibility. And I think given how I'm not coming up with the right word here that I want to use, but given how given the population of the area, and even with COVID, I don't see our traffic really in the long term becoming that much less. Google just announced yesterday that they're returning to office occupancy on a 3-day-a-week basis. Not everyone has done that, but anybody who's been out on the highways knows that where's all this traffic coming from when so many offices are working remotely. So I just hope that we as an organization will move forward on that at the next opportunity and look for partnering with other organizations that I'm quite certain would join us in that advocacy. Thanks for hearing me out on that.
Yeah, and there's definitely a lot of progress with our work and other partners working with Caltrans. So at least at some levels of Caltrans is starting to recognize that as an issue. And it's certainly one of the board designated legislative priorities for corridors.
Thank you, Director Holman. Director Riffle, followed by Director Hassett.
Great, thank you. Brian, this question actually kind of dovetails with what Director Holman just asked. I was really interested and intrigued by the Santa Cruz kangaroo rat. I wasn't even aware of that species, so I'm glad you brought it to our attention. But first, kind of a two-part question. The first is, how do we decide which species that we're going to, either study or try to do some work? I mean, I'm thinking of burrowing owls, I'm thinking of marbled murrelets, thinking of mountain lions, and certainly we have newts, and we have kangaroo rat, we have dusky-footed wood rat. I mean, gosh, we've got a lot of species that are probably in some kind of need of help in one form or another, or at least study. How do we maybe briefly, how do we kind of go through and decide which ones we're going to kind of emphasize? And then the second, and this kind of relates to what Director Holman was just saying, is, our public is very interested in increasing the number of trails, the amount of access. which I'm certainly supportive. I mean, I'm out in our preserves every week on our trails, but as we certainly construct roads, we understand that impact, but as we construct trails, there's some impacts there. And I was just wondering, how are we making sure that the science is kind of staying up with us, or we're staying up with the science? That, you know, how do we make that balance between introducing more people into our preserves and making that trade-off with the impact on the wildlife? So I'll stop there.
Yeah, and I think I'll take the second question first, and then I see that Natural Resources Manager Kirk Lennington has his hand up, and I think wanted to address the prioritization of what species you're looking at. But, you know, really, so we just had the Science Advisory Panel look at public access and impacts. I mean, I would say in general that trails have nowhere near the impact, particularly as far as mortality, that roadways have. So we don't really have that concern. What trails do is bring people in, right? So, and we know generally, and also from the Science Advisory Panel, that there are impacts of any kind of public access, whether it's people walking or on bikes or horseback riding. And you know, those are the three kind of low level, along with dog walking, that the district allows. So, but we know that presence has some impact. So what we try to do is look at sensitive areas and avoid providing public access to that. We certainly monitor off-trail traffic. We allow people to wander off-trail, but if we see something that is going to an inappropriate area, we'll fence that or close that. If we see like actual, you know, trail construction or happening off-trail, we'll shut that down and restore it. So really, it's trying to balance the use. We don't, you know, have the facilities and level of visitation that, say, some like a county park system might have. So it's the level of use is not, you know, kind of up to, except, you know, Rancho San Antonio would be our exception, where we have very heavy use. But you know, most of those uses can be balanced looking at what the sensitive resources are and where people are actually allowed to go. With that, I'll hand it to Kirk Lennington.
Thanks, Brian. Kirk Lennington, Natural Resources Manager. So yeah, the question about, you know, how do we choose which resources and species we work with? It's a good question. It's one that takes a lot of, you know, I put some thought into, for sure. It's what drives a lot of our work, though, just comes down to biodiversity and maintaining and enhancing the biodiversity of the region. So that really points us towards working for those rare and sensitive species, the ones that have limited distributions, limited populations, or are, you know, their habitat tends to be very limited distribution and sensitive. So this Santa Cruz kangaroo rat, we were made aware of this population only recently, as I don't know, maybe 4 years ago now. Ken Hickman had a permit for us to be doing camera trap survey work, and he had some suspicions about kangaroo rats being located up in Sierra Zoa, and he was able to capture images of this kangaroo rat out there. And so through some follow-up work was able to, actually he did quite a bit of work, discovered that there were some reports of different populations of this species in the records at you know, UC Berkeley and their lab. And so really just dug into this project and made us aware that this species was in the Manzanita habitat in that area and needed some special study and protection and management from us. And so we're following up on that work. But you know, backing out from this project and this species, that biodiversity and maintaining that is what points us towards doing our work with all the listed species and understanding their populations, where they're located, how their habitat is doing, and the management work we can do improve the habitat and work towards recovery of the species. So a lot of our work for San Francisco garter snake is actually to increase the population size of that species on our lands. Likewise, with the California red-legged frog and all the other species, sensitive species that we have on our property, we actively manage to increase the numbers and protect the ones that we do have. So I hope that answers the question.
That does. Thank you, both of you, for your answers to my questions.
All right, very good. We'll move on. Director Steer.
Thank you. My question is more mundane, and that refers to the photograph in the lower right corner. Is that a marbled murrelet egg in the redwood tree? Or is it something else? I'm trying to interpret the photo.
Yep, and I left that one in. It didn't have, I wasn't highlighting that project, but I just wanted to say, and I forgot, so thanks for the reminder, that our work on marbled murrelets continues. It's a particularly interesting time, right? Because their prime habitat in Big Basin was burned over. So we're very interested in seeing if that has any change in relocation. And great identification, that is a marbled murrelet egg in a tree.
Well, I don't often get up that high in the tree, like.
me neither.
So that's great. I really appreciate whomever was able to capture that photo. It's marvelous. Thanks.
Good, thank you. Director Hassett, you see your hand appearing and disappearing.
Yeah, it's my issue here. Sorry. I'm just curious. This is the first I'm hearing really of a second wildlife crossing that is associated with the mountain lions. Where in relationship to the one that we're building is this one? Is it more in Santa Cruz County, and who's doing it? And is it above? Is it an overcrossing or an undercrossing? And I was listening to a news program a couple of weeks ago, and I was a little stunned because they mentioned the beginning of construction of a mountain lion crossing, and I said, "Well, that's a little premature." But it must have been they were referring to this other crossing that you've just discussed, and I'd like to just kind of get some more information on it. That's it.
Yep. Yeah, so it's in Santa Cruz County. So I guess about 10 miles south of our crossing. The Santa Cruz Land Trust, purchased the land surrounding the crossing to make sure that it was protected. It's a culvert crossing, so there's already an existing culvert, but that's not large enough for travel. So in that sense, it's similar to the crossing that we're working on, although my understanding, without knowing too much of the details, that it's a simpler construction project than ours, and certainly doesn't include the pedestrian overcrossing as well. And I'm forgetting, and Kirk, maybe you can help me out here. Do you remember the name of the curve? Laurel Curve, right? Is that
Laurel
correct?
Curve.
Laurel Curve, yep. Yeah, I just mentioned it and it popped in my head. But yeah, so, I think we've mentioned it as a partner project before, but of course we're concentrating on the crossing that we're working on. But it's really fantastic to have two separate projects because, it's a linear barrier. And just to have one place where animals can get through is really not enough. So it's great to have two. And as you mentioned, Director Hassett, they're a little bit ahead of us. But that's why it gives me hope that eventually you do get to construction. And we're looking for that out in the future.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it.
Okay, directors, are there any other questions for Brian or Kirk on this slide? I have one, Brian, and it's going to be kind of in the mundane category again, but when I think about the eDNA collection work and I see $250,000 allocated to that, I'm wondering, is that to hire consultants or is that work that we are investing in staff expertise, and it's a fast moving technique right now with lots going on. So I'm wondering, is that something that we're doing in-house, developing that expertise in-house, or consultants?
Yeah, I believe because of the expertise needed that we're hiring consultants, but if Kurt Lannington can come up again, because that's a detailed question.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. It's a consultant-driven project. The sampling work is not very difficult. You just go out and you collect a water sample, but the bulk of that work is in, well, there's the time to get out to all the water bodies and collect the samples, but then it's the lab work. So you send it to a lab that specializes in doing the eDNA analysis and get the results back.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions, so we can move on.
All right, so now moving on to some restoration and remediation work. It's the first one, the Amawitsan Land Trust Native Garden, is actually an example of both, right? So that this used to be the residential area for the Mount Amanum Air Force Base. Used to be a series of apartments and even playground, all sorts of stuff there. Even after the initial restoration, we had to do some additional lead cleanup just from debris. So definitely something that we've worked on remediating. And then now we have the opportunity to work with Amawitsan where they can plant some of the culturally important plants that they would use either for food sources or for basketry or that sort of thing that are culturally important to them, and real partnership where it's restoring that area at the same time as building this culturally important stewardship and strengthening our partnership with Amawitsan on Mount Onam. It'll be kind of a slow moving process this next year, fiscal year 23, a lot of the background work to kind of set things up so that they'll be working well. We of course have a lot of restrictions to be protective that make it a little bit more difficult, like soil importation. We want to make sure that we're not bringing in soil pathogens, and we want to make sure that the plant species coming in are the right complement for the natural environment as well. But great partnership project that we're going to get started on. Irish Ridge Restoration, this is a fantastic project. Basically what we have there is a non-native plantation of acacia trees. And it's, at this point, it's just kind of grown out of control, and really utilizing space that we can restore to native habitat. And a big project, probably one of the bigger projects the district's taken on as far as really restoring an area back to more native conditions. So that's going to be a great project to see the progress, a multi-year project, of course. And it'll involve both the removal, but then helping native vegetation come back in as well. I used the two pictures on this slide are both of the Lehigh Ridgeline. And I did that just to emphasize that the involvement that the district is going to have on our adjacent neighbor's property. So the bottom picture is looking at the ridgeline. I think it might be the exact same picture that Director Kishimoto has as her background. So that's looking from the preserve. And then right on the other side is the picture of the quarry. Those really are virtually juxtaposed, one side and the other. So, we have several things going on, really. One is that we've now taken on the monitoring aspect, and we'll be looking at bringing forward a contract with a consultant to do some baseline work, and then also work with us to do ongoing monitoring of that easement, and more just than the line of the ridgeline as it currently stands, but what are the risks? Do we need to make advise the quarry that there's some slope instability that they need to work on, or that ridgeline will come down and fall down? And then, of course, whatever Lehigh Hanson decides to do with the quarry. I know many board members attended Supervisor Smithian's meeting last night. We're a little bit in a holding pattern, seeing what Lehigh proposes to do with the site Right now, they're working on the 2012, working under the 2012 reclamation plan, but they've stated their intent to either modify or withdraw the current 2019 application to increase the mining. So there's that, and then there's also the recent proposal by Supervisor Schmidian to look at the potential county acquisition of the quarry property. So obviously we'll want to be coordinating involved in that as well. So this will be all those things combined will make this a big project for us going forward this next fiscal year and then ongoing. And this the next project will start in the initial stages next year and take a while to really develop, but really exciting Madonna Creek Fish Water Supply and Bridge. Now this one, the title is fish, but really what we're going to do initially is work with the RCD on what is more important. So we have a pond that supplies the agricultural operation. They actually do annual flooding of the ag fields that supports red-legged frog. And then downstream, we also have a fisheries. The habitat upstream is not great, but it is some potential fisheries habitat. So we'll really look at that analysis and see what's the biggest bang for our buck, trying to restore what is now a pretty big drop off from this pond. I would guesstimate around 30 feet or so down to the creek. Do we restore that for fish passage, or do we prioritize the red-legged frog pond habitat? So we'll be studying that, and then that will inform future work that we're doing. Of course, recently the board approved our interim steps for the Stevens Creek Shoreline Nature Study area. So this will be looking at those habitat improvements for our, we talked about the cute kangaroo rat, and this is not how we choose species, not based on cuteness, but the snowy plover is another really charismatic species that will be working on the habitat improvements to improve the habitat for snowy plover nesting. So with that, I'll break for any questions.
All right, thank you, Brian. Questions, directors? Nope, not seeing any.
All right, we'll go ahead and see. I'm not sure, but I think this is my last slide. As was mentioned earlier by Director Kishimoto, we're working on the drought response and resiliency plan. So this is really broad-based, and it certainly could feed into a lot of the other projects that I've already talked about, say like the well at the former Driscoll property. That's something that is making both the cattle operation resilient and then also making our streams more resilient by leaving water in the stream. Certainly could end up recommending the type of off-stream storage projects that the San Mateo RCD has worked on in the past. We're really looking broadly about how we respond to our habitats. Another specific example would be, are there ponds that due to the drought that are drying out? It's a little bit sad, but we certainly have ponds where amphibians, particularly our red-legged frogs, are breeding and they lay eggs, but then the water doesn't stay there long enough for those eggs to hatch and become adults. So looking at that type of thing is, do we need to increase or make deeper some of the ponds that we have because we are currently experiencing drought and we expect these lengthy droughts to continue? I mean, I know everyone's kind of disappointed this year. It started out really great. We were all hoping to kind of get back to a more normal rainfall year. And then here we've had the driest January and February on record in a lot of areas. So this remains a priority for us to really take a broad view at what we need to be more resilient in response to what is the ongoing drought and can be expected for the future. And also looking at, are there particular habitats that are going to be more affected? What can we do to help them survive through droughts? So Pescadero sediment, total maximum daily load, that's the TMDL. So this is a regulatory type thing where they look at how, if a stream system or watershed system is impacted by a particular thing. And it could be a chemical pollutant, or in this case, it's just sediment. So if a stream has too much sediment in it, which the Pescadero system definitely has, then that can impact fisheries, it can impact flooding. One of the great projects outside of district property that RCD worked on was the stream restoration and flood protection on the Pescadero Creek. And then our partners, Peninsula Open Space Trust, worked on improving sediment storage on Cloverdale in the area called the Willows. So there, instead of the typical response when there's a flood is just to dredge out the stream channel and make it deeper, they realized that upstream, what you really need to do is sometimes block that stream channel if it's too deep and in size, and let the waters flood, let that sediment drop out, and then flow on. So if we acquire Cloverdale, we'll be inheriting, maintaining that project. But we also want to look further up in the watershed. And this work is very similar to the Corte Madera work that we did, where we look at legacy logging roads, trails, and see what those high priority sites that are really contributing sediment directly to streams are, and deal with them. So that this project will go out, identify those on district properties within the entire watershed. So you're not just looking at the streams, but the watershed contributions to sediment in the streams, and then identify those projects that we need to do and then implement them. So Prisma to see habitat enhancement. This is really looking at the area along Elkis. The acquisition was called the Elkis Uplands, Lobetus, that grazing area to enhance both supply for the grazing operation, but also enhance these ponds that are critical habitat. So in doing that, it also spreads the grazing pressure out throughout the property. And we do have, there's kind of patchy grazing pressure right now because there's not adequate water supply. So the water supply helps the cattle, helps the grassland management, and then also improves the actual ponds for species habitat. Lobetus Creek fisheries, this is an exciting one where there's actual fish barriers at Highway 1 and on the county road, I think it's Verde, that we would actually be working with partners there. And this will be a multi-year project. The first year kind of just looking at feasibility. But here, these barriers are pretty serious barriers. Might be possible in some years to fish to make the jump, but you have a culvert, right, that creates, instead of what we know is the proper way to do it, where the bottom of the culvert is buried in sediment, so there's just a level stream bed through the culvert, you actually have a drop off that makes it difficult to fish. So we would be working on replacing those culverts and making a nice smooth transition for fish to get upstream. And then the next one's an ongoing project, but we're really going to emphasize it's lagged a little bit, and we want to really make sure that we make progress on here. Our next steps will be really looking at the restoration work as far as legacy roads that we'll be looking at for La Honda Open Space Reserve. And you could see some of the goals. I just copied a picture again from Aaron Abear's presentation for the original board presentation for looking at this project, looking at what we're heading towards. We have these really consistent even edge stands of forestry due to past logging practices in some areas, and then going in and creating this more diverse canopy with some really old growth type trees and younger trees coming up as well. So a long-term process of forestry restoration, but exciting project that we're looking forward to making progress on. Any questions on this slide?
Directors, yes, Director Riffle.
Yeah, thank you. Brian, I'm not sure if this is the right slide, but as I was kind of scanning through all the projects we have in our natural resources, and boy, it's a great list and a long list. I was just kind of looking for prescribed burns. You know, we heard a lot about that last year, and I think everybody's saying, yeah, it seems like that's just a right thing to do. Let's get going on that. And I know that isn't necessarily a line item, but I was just wondering if you or Kirk or somebody could just comment on how's that looking as we go into this next, unfortunately, very dry year.
No, your comment makes me realize I have at least one more slide. So we'll cover that on the next slide.
Okay, thanks.
Director Siemens.
Yes, first there's a comment about the fish passage on Highway 1. I think that's a super important project, and I'm really happy to see we're moving forward with that. That's, because I've always been a big proponent of whatever we can do to enhance the fisheries on the coast, and I think this is another example of where we could really play a big role. The second question, I had a question though about, at one point in time in the past, we had a project about harvesting fog. And I don't know what the status of that is, or did we ever come to any conclusions? I wondered if, Brian, if you could comment on that.
Yeah, so, you know, we never did really a wrap-up presentation to the board. And if there's interest, I can explore that. So certainly we installed the fog stations, collection stations that were really important. And we worked with the USGS with a scientist that's actually studying coastal fog throughout the California coast. And those provided important data to her studies. I mean, kind of briefly, we found that not enough collection to really significantly aid any of our restoration activities, so like feeding into a water source for a habitat pond or for cattle grazing. In extremely arid areas such as Chile, they do have huge fog collectors that are able to aid in say livestock watering, but given our other water sources, we didn't find that there was we could have a significant add through the fog collection process.
So basically, we don't have enough fog.
Well, we have a lot of fog, but we have enough of a rainy season and water storage that other methods, whether that's rainfall collection or wells, provide sufficient to water and are not aided enough by fog collection to be significant. Now, I would say that just habitat-wise, fog is a crucial component, and these fog studies are going to be really important to seeing how redwoods in particular are affected over time by increasing drought and climate change. So the studies overall are very important because the redwood trees would not exist in California without the fog belt.
It would be good maybe at some point to have some kind of a wrap-up summary on what we concluded with the fog study, because it may, in the future, may be necessary to revisit that.
We'll see if we can arrange something to come back to the board.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Siemens. Director Holman.
Yeah, 2 or 3 things. One is thank you very much to Jen and for staff making the slides available for this presentation prior to the meeting, because it's really helpful to be able to have my iPad here to the side and being able to enlarge things or further study something that has been commented on. So it's really helpful and much appreciated. regarding the fog study, yeah, Brian, you touched on this, but I have real concerns and have had, and am fine with that topic remaining dormant with all due respect to Director Siemens, because if we start tampering with fog collections, I mean, we're potentially affecting the environment in ways that could be detrimental. So that's another. And then I'm sure I've missed this, but what is on these slides? What is LAI?
So what slide are you referring to?
It's the slide that you have up now, but underneath some of these diagrams, like under emerging canopy, codominant canopy, and actually emerging crowns, they all include the acronym LAI, and I've missed that somewhere. I don't know what that is.
Oh, yeah, and I copied it for illustrative purposes, and actually don't know what that acronym is. And if there is someone, looks like Casey Hyatt has jumped up.
It's leaf area index.
Ah,
Yeah, so it's measuring the amount of leaf and crown cover there.
that's really helpful. Those are my questions and comments. Thank you a lot.
Excellent.
Right. Thank you, Director Holman and Casey. Let's see, other questions? Nope. All right, moving on.
All right. And there we go. As I got the great segue from Director Riffle. So this is all about our wildland fire resiliency program. So the wildland fire resiliency program continues, right? So we had the first component that really looked at our fuel reduction. And what I'm highlighting on this slide is actually the implementation, which we're already moving very strongly in. We have a lot of secured funding. But first, I want to address what the next stage of the wildland fire resiliency program is. And that's our prescribed fire program. So now we are beginning that. We actually have planned meetings with our partner fire agencies. We also have meetings set up with the tribal groups, with the Amawutsin and the Moekma. So we're really just kicking that off now, and then it's the next few years to actually develop the prescribed fire program. So we hope, and you know, originally, if you remember the kind of history of how this developed, we actually started the wildland fire resiliency program looking at prescribed fire, but then realized with the drought and the extreme fires that we were experiencing in California that we needed to refocus, handle the fuel reduction aspect in the environmental review of that, because we're really looking at environmentally sensitive fuel reduction. Handle that first. So that part's handled. The environmental review is done. We can vastly increase the scope of the work that we're doing. And then the next stage that we're moving into is prescribed fire, which has habitat improvement benefits and fuel reduction benefits, as well as just decreasing the risk of catastrophic fire, both for that habitat itself, and then also by literally doing fuel reduction through burning, so that mosaic of the environment of a large fire wouldn't burn through as extremely. So that work is ongoing and continuing. And then here, I just have a few pictures to kind of highlight ongoing work. Great before and after picture that our new field resource specialist that's really running our fuel reduction program provided. So this is, believe it or not, is the same road. So looking at the before, which is in the middle of the screen, and then going in and just removing some of that underbrush, saving any important plants, working around any dusky-footed wood rat nests, limbing up trees. So then you're left with a healthy canopy, and then this roadway becomes a much better escape route. In this case, that was the main concern there. Also, just with the picture highlighting a little bit of the work that we did in Rancho San Antonio. This is a JAWS attachment that goes onto our mini excavator. Could also be attached to other equipment, and literally grabs brush and pulls it out by the root, therefore reducing the amount of herbicides that need to be used for doing brush control or invasive species control. You have to balance that too. This is actually a little bit more soil disruptive, if you can imagine driving around on the tracks and then pulling it up out of the ground. But in this case, it was a good match for both reducing the fuel and restoring the grassland. And then we're going back in and seeding with native grass cover after we completed that as well. So that overall fuel reduction is already ramping up. If you've been up on Skyline, may have noticed the Los Trancos and Montebello parking lots have a lot of clearing around them. That's one of our priority areas, is to do clearing around our staging areas. And that does two things. One, it's a refuge for people, visitors, in case of a fire that they can get back to and at least be temporarily safe at. And then also, and this always happens in any sort of big emergency search and rescue or a fire, they become important staging areas. So of course, your staging area, you want to be a safe area when you're staging fire equipment as well. I also want to highlight two of our grant funding projects that we're working on. Los Gatos Creek Watershed, that's an overall $7.5 million grant funding with $1.5 million coming to the district. But a wider, not just the district, very wide partnership with San Jose Water, with county parks, and the district working together to do regional fuel management. And a lot of our work will be focusing on Bear Creek Open Space Preserve as well. So great partnership and grant funded project. And then the State Coastal Conservancy funded Forest Health and Wildfire. And this is picking up a lot of our, there we just took our, and actually for the Los Gatos Creek Watershed too, all that background work that we did in the Wildland Fire Resiliency Program was not just doing the environmental review, but it was also prioritizing. So we now have a map of all our priority 1 and 2 sites. So all these projects are focusing on those high priority sites that we've prioritized to do fuel management on. So the it's no longer haphazard where we just get a partner coming to us and saying we want to do this work. We're actually going out and proposing this work, and at the same time we are also keeping, so these we have decided not for the next couple of years to go after large grants, and part of that is the work involved with these 2 projects, but then also we are still getting those partnership projects. So for instance, Skyline Boulevard, we're working on the review for work that will happen on district properties on a wide-scale Skyline Boulevard clearing. But Los Altos is working on stuff that involves Rancho San Antonio, and then also La Honda. So lots of partnership projects that's drawing in, work on district property that we need to do a lot of the work, either the actual work or helping expedite partners coming in doing work on district property or adjacent lands. So we are very busy. And talking about the, the staffing needs, this is a major driver. So when we get to staffing proposals, you will see several positions associated specifically with the Wildland Fire Resiliency Program and larger resource management needs. One of the great things we did with our Wildland Fire Resiliency Program was make it a ecological driver too, that we're actually going in for habitat health, not just for fuel reduction. So we're working on the start of crews that will initially work with contracting and district crews to do this work. But we've already really upped our game. And keep in mind, this is on top of all the normal stuff that we've been doing for years. Hundreds of miles of trails and roads, regular brushing, all the structures. We went over recently just our residential structures, which require fire clearance every year, but the number of structures we have goes well beyond that. So we're doing structure clearance around all of those. And then we have long-standing fuel breaks that we've been maintaining for many years. So this work is just building and expanding upon all of that. So we will definitely be seeing some staffing needs in regard to that. So this, I believe, is my last slide. So if there are any questions on this slide.
Very good, Brian. Thank you. Questions, directors? Director Kishimoto.
Well, very, very impressive, you know, the amount and the quality of work we're doing on wildfire management. But so one thing I missed in your very comprehensive presentation was, so we're prioritizing the fuel reduction and the first, so we're ready for a controlled burn, like really anytime. We're just waiting for the right wind and other climate conditions. Is that right?
No, so that the work that we're doing now in the field is fuel modification work, right? And some of it is what we call fuel reduction areas, which there you're going into, that's similar to the work along at Rancho that is highlighted in the picture, where there you're actually doing some element of restoration work as well. In that case, you're taking out some of the invasive, not non-native, primarily coyote brush in this instance, but also taking care of any invasive species and monitoring for invasives in the future. So you're actually doing habitat work at the same time as you're doing fuel work. The prescribed fire work will be separate. Certainly the work that we're doing now will aid in doing some of that, and particularly where we're doing fuel breaks along roadways and that sort of stuff. But we actually need to do the whole CEQA review for doing prescribed fire. So that's just like we had the big project to get ready for increased fuel reduction, modification, vegetation work, which was completed. Cody Cifuentes Winter, another shout out, that was his project to get us to this point. He's now passed that off primarily to land and facilities for implementation, but then he's now going to continue on doing the environmental review. So that's the next stage for prescribed fire, is the environmental review for doing that work.
Okay, so so just in terms of expectations, we're not planning on any of the next 3 years.
Yeah, let me see. So that's 19. I think someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I think we're probably about 3 years out from actual, or actually, we're showing it's completed in fiscal year 24 for the prescribed burn implementation. So, potentially burning as early as fiscal year 24, but probably more realistic fiscal year 25, because there's a lot of planning that needs to go into each individual burn site as well. So you get the environmental review, and then you do the actual prescribed burn plan for that site. And that's where the prescribed part comes in. You actually are saying the prescription is this range of humidity, this range of temperature, this range of winds. And if you go out of prescription, and that might be because it gets too foggy and too cold and you're not going to have an effective burn, or it gets to the point where it's too dangerous to do that work. So that's where we get the term prescribed fire, because we actually write a prescription for that individual site.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for that comprehensive response. Great work.
Director Riffle.
Just a quick comment and then a suggestion. First is to follow up on Director Kishimoto's good question. One way that I'm kind of thinking about it is all of this mechanical work that, if you will, the brushing that our staff is doing. I don't know if you've had a chance to get out to some of our preserve, but boy, it's extensive, and it's almost what a prescribed burn, a well done prescribed burn could actually do. So in a way, gosh, I wish we could do something sooner than 3 years, but I think given some of the work that Brian described with mechanical means, I think we're kind of making the same kind of progress. So, and then Brian, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how I'm envisioning anyhow. And then
and certainly with the fuel management, that could be immediately more widespread. Whereas you're focusing on one geographic area, typically with a burn. So there's no way we could address the immediate need for fuel reduction with prescribed fire.
Yeah. And then secondly, I had a chance to actually visit Tomcat Ranch. As you know, it's just in the Pescadero area. And they've done 2 prescribed burns, one last August, and then one just, I think about a month ago. So maybe a note for staff that if you want to get in touch with them, it's really interesting to see, what did it look like in August and then this burn, and just to see how it's coming back and what worked and what didn't. This is all done in conjunction with CAL FIRE. So just FYI, a really interesting study.
No, very aware of that. And CAL FIRE is very interested in working with both private and public partners. And they're certainly, whereas some other fire districts are a little bit more wary, CAL FIRE has certainly embraced it as necessary for the future of fire management in California.
All right, thank you, Director Riffle. Director Siemens.
Yes, I'm kind of confused. You were talking about, before we do any prescribed burns, there's more environmental review. And I thought we just spent about 3 or 4 years coming up with appropriate environmental documents so that we could go ahead and do that. And I'm a little confused about what is this more environmental review that's required, since we've already spent all this time and money already.
Yeah, it is a little confusing because we did switch strategies a little bit midstream. I believe we presented that to the board, but I could definitely see, kind of losing the sense of that, because we actually did talk about prescribed fire in the initial environmental review, but the environmental review documents were clear in stating that this was just a programmatic level, it wasn't the actual environmental, and that we were going to do what is called a 2-tiered process to get the environmental review done for prescribed fire. So we talked about it in the review that focused on the fuel management aspects, and not only fuel management, but the mapping that we talked about, and the planning with the other fire agencies. So that whole program had an environmental review, but the prescribed fire element was discussed, but not to the in-depth amount required for the full review. So, and if we had tried to do it all at the same time, it would have delayed. We would not have been able to do all the implementation that we're doing now for mechanical fuel reduction. So this is the second tier. So, and it certainly won't be as time consuming or as expensive if we hadn't already started it as a component of the overall wildland fire resiliency program. But we were clear when we were doing that review that we were going to have this second tier review of the prescribed fire program. Hopefully that makes it clear. I certainly understand how it can be confusing, because there was the section in that review about prescribed fire, right? So.
Yeah, that's what had me confused, because I was under the impression that we spent all that money and time so we could go ahead and do prescribed burns, and now you're telling me we can't without spending a whole bunch more money on more environmental reviews. And I'm just really not happy. Thank you.
I understand your frustration.
And this is Anna Ruiz, just to add to that, there was a real urgency to get fuel management work done, the fuel treatments, which is what we've been doing over the last year. So that's why we expedited that piece of the fire program, knowing that the prescribed fire element was going to generate a lot of questions, some controversy, and slow down the process. So we pulled that out. We included it only as mention that this is going to be an additional part of the program that we're going to further flesh out. And that's why we need that additional environmental review, because what we've done to date doesn't completely cover the prescribed fire program that we are still detailing out. So in order for us to have that covered through environmental compliance, we do need this additional review. It's not going to be as extensive as the first round, but we still need to cover all the bases for that.
Well, and also I thought the state did a statewide environmental document that would cover that. And that's the other reason that I'm confused is like I say, I was under the impression we were ready to go with that. And it seems if we're not, it seemed to me that's something we could do now, put a consultant on it and have them go ahead and do the work and not bog down our staff with all that. But somehow I think we need to get going on that. And if necessary, let's just hire consultants and turn it over to them and let them run with it. It's just very, very frustrating.
So, and that's exactly what we're doing. That it's going to be a consultant process, very much like the first part of it was. I do want to emphasize that it's not going to take as long or be as expensive as the first part, and that's because we already laid a lot of the groundwork for it. And it'll take staff time, right? Because you have to coordinate with consultants. But a lot of the heavy lifting will be done by consultants. And we're, as far as our current schedule, we're looking at completing it this next fiscal year.
I do have to say that I do appreciate the fact that we're spending time and effort to deal with this fire management stuff, the removal of the understory and trying to protect both our property as well as the neighbors. And so I don't want to take away from that. That's really important. I really appreciate all the work the staff's done on that. I think we're either up or ahead of the game on a lot of that. And I really appreciate all the work. So don't let the criticism go too far. I appreciate all this part. I'm just frustrated about the fact I thought we were ready to go on prescribed fire. So anyway, thank you.
All right, thank you, Director Siemens. I see Brandon Stewart's hand up. Brandon, did you have a comment on this?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Brandon Stewart, Land and Facilities Manager. I just kind of wanted to chime in on kind of the timetable for the prescribed fire EIR work that we're doing, and just give you a sense of next week. We actually start the first of many stakeholder meetings on Tuesday of next week. So this process is ongoing, and it will be a much more rapid process to get to our fire prescription, as Brian had described. But just to give you a little bit of sense of the timetable, we are moving pretty rapidly on this prescribed fire portion of our wildland fire kind of toolkit that we're developing. And next week is our first stakeholder outreach meeting.
All right, thank you, Brandon.
Thank you.
And then the other aspect that's really important about our own program, which I have really learned from the fuel reduction component of the Wildland Fire Resiliency Program, is it's not just getting environmental clearance, it's setting those priorities that are ecologically focused so that we're not just responding to whoever's yelling loudest about their backyard and their neighborhood, right? So it's really being able to look at it from a district perspective of the ecological benefits of both fuel reduction and prescribed fire.
All right, very good. Great discussion. Thank you. Director Hassett, I see your hand up. We're running a little bit late, so do you have a quick question?
Okay, I'll try to make it quick. What conditions are the conditions the same for a prescribed burn or prescribed fire as it is for a burn pile? Because I note that the state is doing some burn piles. I think they're actually starting today in the Big Basin area, and I'm just wondering if there were ways that we could take advantage of burn piles that, would circumvent the other requirements, or maybe the requirements are the same. I'd just like to know.
Yeah, so that it's not as extensive to do burn piles. So you can do that through a permitting process. So that is a tool that's we have as a resource. It's an element of prescribed fire, but it's a much more extensive process, both in the overall review and in the specific site review. Now, Brandon, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, thank you, Brian. Once again, Brandon Stewart, Land Facilities Manager. I actually had a really good conversation about burn piles with Cody just last week, and it is a tool in our current EIR that we could utilize moving forward, in addition to all the mechanical work that we're currently performing. So he and I, Craig Beckman, and also Christian, our FRS, is going to be looking at opportunities for us to deploy that technique in the future.
Great, thank you.
All right, very good. I don't see any other hands up. So Jen, are there any public comments on this item?
President Christine Tucker, there are no public comments for this item.
Okay. Are there any remaining comments that directors would like to make at this juncture before we break for lunch?
Yeah, this is Director Sear. I just want to thank staff for very, very thorough presentations on all of these. I have learned an awful lot, and I really appreciate getting the overview. Thank you.
All right. And I will second Director Sear's comments. The breadth and depth of this program is truly impressive. And I learned a lot too today. And of course, the cuteness quotient's way up there with the natural resources work. So thank you very much, Ryan, and to all the natural resources staff for this great work. Director Ripple.
Yeah, just as we transition into lunch, I'm a bit concerned about the next slide. I hope that coyote is not our lunch. Rather, he's looking for his lunch.
I think he's looking for his lunch.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's see, what was our timeline again? When shall we come back from lunch? Jen, if you would put that up for somebody so we can see, just looks like we're running about a half hour late.
It was supposed to resume at 12:30 p.m.
All right, directors, shall we be back at 12:45? Does that give us enough time? All right. All right, very good. I'll see you all back here at 12:45. Thanks. All right, very good. There's Karen. So who is up next? Is this Susanna?
Yes, I am. All right. So again, Susanna Chan, Assistant General Manager, and I will cover the public access, education, and outreach program. Next slide. The slide before you is a summary of our project for FY23 only. For this fiscal year, we are proposing total of 28 projects with 24 continuing projects and 4 new projects. And as part of my presentation, I will mention and highlight some of the projects that will start in FY24. Next slide. So I will start with highlighting our regional trail efforts. For FY23, we will continue several projects that supporting regional trails. The first one I want to highlight is the Highway 35 multi-use trail crossing and parking. And we're working on phase 1 feasibility study and phase 2 conceptual design. This project will support both the Bay Area Ridge Trail as well as the future Bay to Sea Trail. As part of the project, we are looking into the feasibility of a potential multi-use crossing over Highway 35 at our North Ridge parking lot at River Creek Preserve. as part of the study, we also want to look at parking expansion opportunity at North Ridge parking lot. The work is already underway. We are working on feasibility studies. Some of the technical studies that are underway includes the multi-year biological survey, topographic survey, traffic study, and we're also working on cultural resources survey. We're also working with the community, nearby communities such as the Kings Mountain neighborhood. We also presented at the Mid-Coast Council. So for this upcoming fiscal year, we will be continuing with the feasibility study, and we hope to bring the conceptual design to PNR for their input. And ultimately, we want to get board approval of the conceptual design and options in fiscal year 24. And we can move into CEQA and completing CEQA by FY25. Another project I want to highlight, which you are very familiar with, is the Purisima to the Sea Trail and parking area. We are currently in phase 1 feasibility study. There a lot of work is being done here. The Purisima to the Sea Trail is 15-mile regional trail connecting our Purisima Preserve to the San Mateo coast. As part of the study, we are looking at the final alignment of this multi-use trail, also looking at parking area, trailhead, and the crossing over Highway 1 and the county road. We have already brought forward the opportunity and constraint report for your review. And we are also working on the preliminary site design and parking alternative. We are planning to bring those information forward for you in May. And we're also doing a lot of very robust community engagement. We're reaching out to specific stakeholders. We have more board outreach for the community in general. We're doing online survey. There's a lot of good community engagement effort that is putting into this project. So we anticipate we'll finish the feasibility study in FY23, and hopefully we'll get board's confirm approval and confirmation of our next steps. Subject to board's approval, we will be moving into the implementation phase after FY23. We currently have 3 projects that will be supporting the implementation of this plan, including a project to update our user management plan for this preserve to reflect the new parking area, the new trail, and any new natural resources and land management changes to this preserve. And as part of that project, we also will complete CEQA analysis for the proposed new trails and the new parking area. And then we have a separate project to construct the trail, which will be led by our land and facility department, and a separate project for the parking area that will be led by our engineering and construction department. So 3 new projects starting in fiscal year 24 after our completion of the feasibility study. Another project, regional project that we have been working on is the Alpine Road Regional Trail project. We have been working with San Mateo County and Post to repair Alpine Road as a trail connection between Patola Valley and Skyline Boulevard. Work is well underway. We are completing the 100% design. We are wrapping up the permitting process with different agencies. We are hoping that we can start construction this construction season, which is into the FY23. And the work is going to take a couple years. So the plan is to complete construction and complete this project, at least phase 1, by fiscal year 24. The projects I mentioned earlier are all in San Mateo County. In Santa Clara County, our focus regional trail is the Bay Area Ridge Trail Highway 17 crossing. Brian mentioned the wildlife crossing in his presentation. We are concurrently working on the trail crossing over Highway 17. Both project goes hand in hand. In fact, the wildlife crossing, the trail crossing, and the connecting trail, all those components are being wrapped into one project, and we are advancing the three elements together. And the projects are currently in CEQA review. The board recently received a memo from staff outlining the process to bring in our partner and allowing Caltrans to help us to lead the environmental review at the federal level. And having that completed as part of this process, it's important because it will allow us to pursue federal grant fund for the construction of this project. So all this work is going on. We are anticipating completing CEQA in FY23 and maybe go into FY24. And then we can move into the next phase is to developing the construction document and permitting. We are still needing to close the funding gap for construction of the project. Pending the funding of construction, we can potentially start construction by 2025 or 2026. I also want to mention the regional trail and active transportation access to open space planning coordination project. Regional trail has always been the district's priority, and we always have the regional trail coordination project as the supporting projects on our capital improvement program. However, in FY23, we expanded the project to include active transportation and access to open space planning coordination. That is to recognize our ongoing effort to participate in regional active transportation planning when there's a nexus to our work. It's also in response to the board's recent discussion. You just have a special retreat talk about some of the work that we have been doing and giving us directions. And one of them is our participation in those regional active transportation planning. And by including and expanding this project's scope, now staff can actually resource load to include time to work on this type of project. So I just want to highlight this. I know there's more to come in response to your direction from the last special retreat, but just want to let you know this is a small step we took to address your directions. So I'm going to pause here before I move into the next slide, and I wanted to see if you have any questions on the projects I just highlighted.
All right, thank you, Susanna. Directors, any questions? Nope. I think you're good to go.
All right, next slide. Okay, so now I want to talk about some of the projects that expanding our public access at our preserve. At first, I want to cover a couple projects at La Honda Creek Preserve. The first one is the La Honda Creek parking and trailhead access. This one you are very familiar with because this project is aimed to evaluate possible options that was identified by the La Honda Public Access Working Group. And the goal is to, after the study, implement feasible options that will provide public access to the central area of La Honda Creek Reserve. Work is also underway. The working group identified 6 areas for our consideration. So the scope of this project is larger than a typical parking area study that we focusing on just one area. So we are concurrently evaluating 6 locations that was recommended by the working group. We are currently doing technical studies, and we are planning to finish the technical study by next fiscal year, bringing the recommendation or the findings to PNR for the feedback. And we also will continue stakeholder as part of that process. And we are hoping by fiscal year 24, we can bring the recommendation to the full board for your review and confirmation for next steps. And subject to your confirmation, and we can move into the CEQA process in fiscal year 25. Another project that we are working on for the La Honda Creek Preserve is the La Honda Creek Phase 2 Trail Connections. And this project, we are implementing the La Honda Creek Master Plan visions for a trail system that connecting the entire preserve from Lower La Honda to the central part of the area and to Upper La Honda. And work is also underway. We are doing technical study right now, including biological assessment, wetland delineation, cultural resources evaluations. And we also hiring a consultant to help us with the trail design. And moving into next year, we're hoping that we can develop a trail design document and initiating the permitting process with different agencies. FY24 will be the time for us to secure the permit, and we're hoping to get to construction by FY25. Now, I also want to cover a few projects for another preserve, for our Bear Creek Redwood Preserve. We are also very active in this preserve and multiple projects that we are working on. The Alma College Cultural Landscape Project construction is well underway. We are hoping to substantially complete the construction after this fiscal year, but the project closeout will move into FY23. As for the Phase 2 trail, it's also an active project that we are working on. The project, once completed, will open approximately 200 acres of Bear Creek Redwood Preserve to the public. It will include a new trail system about 4.2 miles. The project also will include a new trailhead at the intersection of Highway 17 and Bear Creek Road, providing that connection to the regional trail system in the area. So it's a very exciting project. We are currently working on permitting. Multiple agencies are involved with this process. It is slow, but we're getting steady progress. And concurrently, our crew has been working on the trail. They started the construction actually in 2020, and they already worked 2 construction seasons, and they're going to continue with their work this construction season. Our hope is that we can complete the permitting process and go to construction by FY23 and complete construction by FY24. Another projects that we will be starting this year or next year, FY23, is the Bear Creek Redwood North parking area. Because the increase of visitations, it becomes apparent to us that we have to prioritize the evaluation of expanding and improving on-site parking capacity at this preserve. This project will allow us to do that. We will start with the planning process for a new parking area at this in this preserve, and which is consistent with the Bear Creek Redwood Preserve Plan, which envisioned a new parking area along the Bear Creek Road between Highway 17 and the stable. So this project will allow us to realize that vision. And we'll follow the typical planning process for parking area. We'll start with feasibility study, stakeholder engagement, conceptual plan for planning and natural resources committees review, and ultimately board review. That's all I want to cover for this slide. I'm going to pause to see if there's any questions for the projects I just covered.
Okay, Susanna, I do see Director Ripple's hand up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Susanna, for this slide. Lots going on. I agree. A lot of good things. Two questions. First, in La Honda Creek, I'm really happy that we're continuing to implement what the Public Access Working Group came up with. And it sounds like, I think you said, though, that we're going to be keeping in touch with the public as well as the working group, just so that people know the progress that we're making. So just wanted to confirm that.
Yes, definitely. Now, right now it's it's quiet because we are doing technical study, but
right.
As we have the finding from the technical study, that's when we going to be bringing those information to the public and continue to inform our working group members. I know a lot of them are very engaged and want to know what is happening, and we have ongoing communication with them, so they know what is happening with the project. But then the engagement is with the public at large, so that everyone will have the opportunity to weigh in on the findings and recommendation of the study.
Okay, and it's my understanding that we're going to, even while we're trying to work on the parking access areas, if you will, that the trail work though will be going on as well. We're not waiting for the access and then putting in trails, right?
The phase 2 trail project are you referring to, or
the phase 2 trails into that central area?
Yes. Well, so the phase 2 trail is primarily focusing on kind of the connections up and down the preserve. If you look at it as upper, central, and lower. So the phase 2 trail project is focusing on that connections. Is evaluation to connect the corridor, phase 2 trail corridor, to the parking area that will be that being considered right now as part of the parking and trail access. So pending on the confirmation of those parking locations, that we can consider that connections. We already have done some preliminary scouting, and we have some level of confidence that we can make that connection. But right now we're waiting for where the parking location is going to be located, and from that trail access study.
Okay, well, good. I'm just encouraging staff to let's keep working on that, because gosh, if I look at the progress we've made at Bear Creek, we started La Honda Creek before Bear Creek, and it seems like we're making a lot of progress, which is good at Bear Creek, but I'd love to make sure that we're continuing the opportunities at La Honda, because it's a beautiful preserve I'd like to see open. The second quick question I have on La Honda. At one time, we had envisioned the Red Barn area to kind of be an agricultural education center or area. And now, obviously, we've had to change that because of the Public Access Working Group recommendations. Is there somebody looking at, so where will we be doing that education opportunity, or is it does anybody have a status on it?
So as part of the working group recommendation, Public Access Working Group recommendation, they recommended us to consider including the educational elements at the area near the, I want to say, seaside, where if you enter into
this is Sears Ranch Road area.
Yeah, where it's into the preserve, and then there's this open area very close to
where the dog kennel used to be.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So I can invite me ahead. And so, but anyway, so the recommendation is to introduce those education, interpretation, elements at that location. So that it's being considered as part of the work that we're doing.
Got it. Thanks. My last question, swinging down to Bear Creek Redwoods. Now, when does bike access start to happen? Is that when the phase 2 trails are put in place?
I'm sorry, what access?
Bicycle access?
Bicycle access. Yeah, so the phase 2 trail is a multi-use. Part of the phase 2 trail improvement, we are considering the multi-use trail. So that will be considered as part of the phase 2 trail improvement.
Great. And then last question is there going to be equestrian parking incorporated into the north parking lot design?
I think I need help on this one.
Okay.
I have Jane has her hands up. So Jane, can you with this question?
Yes. Good afternoon. This is Jane Mark, Planning Manager. Yes, the Bear Creek Redwoods Preserve Plan does identify future equestrian trailer parking in that new north parking area.
Great. Thanks, Jane. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Director Riffle. Director Kishimoto.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and it's lots of very exciting projects. Thank you, Susanna. So Director Riffle asked a lot of good questions. I guess can you remind me how many spaces we're planning for the north parking area and how that compares to the current number?
I think I also need help from Jane. Again, we are at the very, very beginning phase of we haven't even started yet. The project.
Okay. It'll be arranged, but yes.
It's going to be arranged. It's going to be part of our study to identify or pin down the actual numbers of the new parking area. But I don't know if the preserve plan has some range that we anticipated, and I don't know if Jane has the information, or maybe Anna, you have the information.
Yeah, this is Jane Mark, Planning Manager. The preserve plan did identify a range, certainly over 30 spaces plus equestrian trailer parking. Yes.
Okay, and how many do we have right now?
How many? Your question is how many existing parking we have?
Right.
I also need help from.
I believe we have on the order of about 50 spaces, but I don't know if someone from ENC or planning know for sure.
Hey everybody, this is Scott Reeves, Senior Capital Project Manager. Yeah, you're correct, Anna. It's about 50 spaces in our public access lot right now. And then I believe we have 2 equestrian public spots at the stables facility.
Okay, great. Yes, yeah, it's definitely been a very popular preserve, so I'm sure they'll be very welcomed. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Kishimoto. Director Seaman.
Yes, I have a question about the stables, but maybe this is not the right time. So is this a good time to ask about that?
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, the question I had is, we had applied for a use permit, and I don't know quite what the status of the use permit is on the stable situation.
Yes. So yes, so you're correct. We have applied for the use permit, and we have gotten the first round of comments from the county, and staff have been working with the county to address their comments, and we actually needing some consultant support as well to prepare plans for our resubmittal. And that's where we at right now. And we are still hoping that we can get through the use permit process next year, and then we can move into construction by fiscal year 24.
Is there any overwhelming things they're asking for at this point, or are we put in pretty good shape?
We do have some areas that we need to work with the county. primarily around access and fire protections. I think those are really the two key areas. There's some small areas that we need to work with them, but that's something that we expected, and as part of our negotiation, when we originally when we started this conversation with the county, that they had committed that they will work with us to face those improvements, and that's what we're working on with them.
Okay, thank you. I remember the big issue was how big a road we had to have, and that was creating all kinds of costs that they were probably not going to do. I just was really concerned about that.
Yes.
And this is Anna again, going back to the north parking area. I did pull up the information from our board approved preserve plan. That north parking area is slated for a capacity of 40 to 50 vehicles and approximately 8 horse trailers. But it's still preliminary. We're doing feasibility studies to really understand the capacity there for sure. But that's on the order of what it's looking like.
All right, thank you, Anna. Other board questions? Nope, seeing none, I think you can move on, Susanna.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to cover a few more projects that we are planning for FY23 as well as FY24 that will expand public access at District Preserve. The first one I want to talk about is the Hawthorne's area plan. This project is ongoing, and the area plan is a comprehensive use management plan for the Hawthorne's area that will guide the natural and cultural resources management activities, as well as the land management activities, also the implementation of ecologically sensitive public access improvement on the property. So what we're doing is a comprehensive plan, and we have worked with PNR last year to develop the vision and goals that are ready to bring forward for the full board's final approval. And we schedule for that item in later this month. And just past Tuesday or Monday, we have our meeting with PNR to confirm the planning process of this area plan. And we also presented our public engagement process that associated with each step of this area plan development. It's a really robust plan, and public will have plenty of opportunity to engage as we develop this plan. And we are hoping that we will move forward with the plan. We start with, after the board approved the vision and goals, we will be moving into looking at all the technical studies and gathering existing information and identifying the opportunity and constraints. And that will be happening in FY23, and in FY24, we will move into developing management objectives, programming elements, also looking at the conceptual site plan alternative. And as part of that process, we wanted to bring in a public access working group to help us with a conceptual site plan development. And then by FY25, and we are hoping that we can compile the area plan and with board approval, and we can move into CEQA review of the plan. And then another project that I want to highlight, it's also very exciting. It's part of the MAA project, is that the Long Ridge Trail connection to Eagle Rock and Devil Canyon. And as part of this project, we will be looking at just about miles of connection, but leading to a very scenic Eagle Rock and Devil Canyon. And as a companion project, we will be starting to focus on parking feasibility study for this area, and that project will start in FY24. And we'll start with working with stakeholders such as the county, Caltrans, to look at parking opportunity in this area. And other projects that we will start in FY24 is the Kennedy Trail parking area improvement. This year, we originally programmed it to improve existing porta potty at Kennedy Trailhead and replace it with permanent ADA compliance restroom as part of the implementation of the ADA transition plan. As we start implementing the project, we heard a lot of concerns from from our neighbors at this location. Currently, there's only 3 parking spots at this trailhead. The concern from the neighbor is that there's not enough on-site parking, and the proposed project will actually, because we need to put in the ADA compliance spot, it will actually reduce the parking spot from 3 to 2. So there's significant concern about the on-site parking even before the project proposal. And the district actually have long considered improving this area to provide more parking facility at this particular location. But the proposal was met with opposition from the neighbors, and the proposal was put on hold because this new round of comments from the neighborhood, and we see some support from the neighbors to consider expanding on-site parking at this location. It's an opportunity for the district to look at this and working with the community to consider a more improved parking area at this particular trailhead. So we decided to, the general manager decided to put the restroom project on hold. And now we bring back this parking area improvement project starting in FY24 will allow staff time to work with the neighbor to look at the feasibility of introducing more parking facility at this trailhead. So again, the work will start in FY24. And then the last project I want to highlight here is a new project. We'll start in FY23. It's a Montebello Black Mountain Trail extension. And as part of this project, we will utilize the existing easement we have here from existing easement here that we can look at improving the trail alignment here to have a more gentle slope in the Black Mountain area. So again, I will stop and we want to see if you have any questions on this slide.
All right, directors, questions on these projects? Director Hassett.
Yes, I had a question about the Long Ridge parking that's going on for Eagle Rock. And that is, would this be in addition to that turnout space that's along the highway that's right across from the county's space as well? Or is this going to be closer to the gate, the main gate that residents use for access to their homes?
So the project is a feasibility study, and we will consider all the options. And as part of this effort, and we will talk to our partners, and such as the county and Caltrans, to look at all the options that are available to us and feasible to improve the parking situation here. So all the area that you mentioned can be considered as part of this process.
So it actually, you're going to look at the number of cars that you're able to park there as well as improvements just to make it more functional?
I think we're looking for additional parking, not just the configuration to improve the number of parking. We're looking at enlarging the footprints and adding additional parking.
Okay, so right across this highway is the county's similar lot situation. Are you, I'm sure, being in conversation with them about the same improvements or similar improvements or whatever they're planning on doing there?
Yes, we will. And as part of this project, and the project is not slated to start until FY24. And we pace those projects based on the priority and also as well as the work that Stefan mentioned earlier. Every time we develop our action plan, we first go through resource loading exercise to look at how much work that we can reasonably accomplish each year and make sure that we have adequate staff resources to work on those projects. And so based on that analysis, this project is not going to start until FY24, but it is a project that we are committed to work on as a companion project to the trail connection work that will start in FY23.
Okay, then one more question, and that is the Eagle Rock trails. That's been passed over, I think, 2 years in a row. Is that firm for this upcoming fiscal year?
Yes, it is. So we have started to look at the scoping and of that project. That work is already ongoing. In FY23, we will be looking at with the scouting and of the actual alignment and looking at some technical feasibility studies.
Okay, if I can just correct myself, I think I said Indian Rock. I meant Eagle Rock.
Eagle Rock, yeah.
There is an Indian Rock further away, but I want to make sure nobody misunderstands that.
We heard Eagle. All right, thank you, Larry. Let's see, we'll move down to Director Siemens.
Yes, I was hoping to get some support to add a small project to this this paragraph, this section. We recently had a presentation by a constituent during the open mic session about opening up a ridge line at Mount Amanam that has an awesome views of Monterey Bay. And I would like to see if we could get that, a project added to open up what appears to be an existing trail. It probably will require some brushing and I don't know, maybe minor grading to get that open. But it seems to me that for a small amount of work, we could get a major public benefit to be able to access that ridge and for at least for hiking, to be able to allow people to go up and see the views of Monterey Bay. Right now, when you go up to Mount Amanam, the only really good viewpoints are on the road heading back down again, which is not a good place for people to stop and enjoy the views of that. And if we could get this trail opened up, I think it would be a big benefit to the public without a super amount of work, since apparently an ad hoc trail already exists. So is that a possibility to add that small project to this list?
Director Siemens, this is Ana Ruiz, General Manager. We did actually take a look at that with our real property staff. There are some complications. And this goes back to some institutional knowledge and history of our work with the private property owner up there. When we acquired easements that allowed us to open the Mount Amanam Summit to the public, we had an agreement with the property owner to not allow the public on that ridge because it extends directly onto their property. And in fact, as part of that, we also installed fencing around that ridge that you're speaking of to avoid trespassing. But there was essentially an agreement to not have public access on that ridge because it does directly go straight into that private property. It would certainly complicate our relationship there with that property owner.
I don't suppose we could reopen our discussions with him. I realize he's a bit of an awkward person, but it is fenced off and there's a lot of, the only thing up on the point is the radar tower for the, I guess, what is it, USGS, and I don't think it's any part of the property he's actually using. So it certainly would seem reasonable to reopen that. I'm sorry we made that agreement about that ridge, but it is the only really good viewpoint for the bay from the top of the mountain, and it would be good to get it open.
And there's something I'll have more conversations with real property, but it will take some time before it actually probably can materialize into a project if it can.
I just don't want the whole thing to die.
All right, thank you, Director Siemens. Director Holman.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question about the Hawthorne's area plan. Two questions maybe. One is there a comparison of cost for trail length for Hawthorne's compared to other, and I know they're all to some extent unique. I've been getting comments that they're a little shocked by how much money is being spent to add trails in the Hawthorne area, given it's such a small preserve. I don't know if staff's been hearing those or not. So is there any comparison or any comparative that could be provided or considered?
You cost to construct the trail within the Hawthorne area and compared to.
No, it's just like how much. So if it would be some kind of reasonable comparison, I'll just pick out of the blue. But we don't have any other small preserve that we have that's had trails added to it. Is there a cost comparative to that? And over time, of course, costs will be different too. Or how much trail we put in a preserve of this size, which also would add to the cost. I'm looking for some kind of cost comparison that we could look at to say like, well, you know, it was 79 acres, I think, something like that, 76, 79, something like that. Are we looking at doing too much in such a small preserve? We've had sort of this conversation before, but I've just been getting these comments from the public. They're just like a little like, really? So I'm just wondering what staff could provide to.
So maybe I can comment, and then Susanna, if there's anything else you want to add. We do have cost comparators, and we would use those when we're developing cost estimates. We're not there yet, though. We haven't issued any cost estimates or any mileage either for trails. And that property is small. It's only 79 acres. We don't see an extensive trail network within that property. We see a realignment of the Alpine Road Trail. We see a loop or two in the interior of the property. And then beyond that, maybe some connections to existing public trails along the periphery. But otherwise, not much more than that, although it's very preliminary right now. We're still looking at what that's going to look like, but it's compared to our other preserves, it will be a small network.
Yeah, and by comparison, I didn't mean like how much it costs to build, 100 yards of trail here versus that's not the comparison I'm looking for, because it's about 12.5 million. You brought up the other thing, which I've been thinking about, is the trail along Alpine Road that we're reconfiguring, or that in partnership with Total Valley want to reconfigure. That will be on Midpen lands. And maybe I'm getting into too much detail for this meeting, but so just say so. I've been thinking it's like, so what's Midpen getting in exchange for that? Because it's on Midpen land. So what are we getting for that?
So those are conversations that we'll have with the town. There's probably an opportunity there to potentially cost share. And there's an opportunity there for them to assist us in expediting as much as we can the approval processes for implementing our plan. And there may be other ideas too, but those are forthcoming.
And the board will have an opportunity to weigh in on those too, I'm sure.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Director Holman. Director Kishimoto.
Yes, thank you. And yes, I'm very excited about all these projects you have on the here. Just a quick question about that last Montebello Black Mountain Trail extension. So is that just redoing that quarry trail, or does this also include improving that last bit of trail up to the summit, which is not on Lehigh property, but it's on our property?
My understanding is it's a new project. It's going to start in FY23, and we are, as part of the first order of business, that we are doing project scoping and trail scouting. And the goal of this project is to utilize the trail easement through the Lehigh quarry land, and to allow us to construct more gradual slope of this new trail through the Black Mountain area. So that is the kind of the goal of this project. But then the project scoping, the more specific project scoping will happen as we start working on the project.
Okay, so that scoping, of course, will come to the board, I guess, yeah. Because a lot of the steep part is not just the Lehigh property, but on our property as well. But so yes, so we'll see that for sure, right?
Yeah, and just to add to that, so there's a really nice start of the Black Mountain Trail, beautiful single track, 10% grade, and then it gets up to our steep fire road. The easement through Lehigh that is in addition to the quarry trail, which is also an easement through Lehigh, allows us to continue that nice grade and eliminate, or not eliminate, but have the option for a nice gradual trail as opposed to one of our more extreme steep trails going up the fire road to get the rest of the way up to Black Mountain. So I think it's aiming at exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Any other questions for Susanna? No. Nope. So do we have any public comment on these set of projects?
President Kirsty Tucker, we have not received any public comments for this section of the presentation, but I do believe Assistant General Manager Chan does have one more slide.
Oh, sorry, Susanna.
No problem.
Please continue.
I have a few more exciting projects that I want to share.
Okay, good.
Okay, so I wanted to share with you one of the new focus of our district is to promote really more greener mode of transportation to our preserve, and it's a couple projects to promote multimodal access. One of them is the Purisima Preserve Multimodal Access Study. That project is ongoing. The project learned a lot from the Rancho Multimodal Access Study, but the consultant that we're working with is really to try to develop a set of recommendations for consideration that will be appropriate for the Purisima Preserve. And the work is ongoing. We are bringing the first set of recommendation for consideration, and also the evaluation criteria for PNR's consideration in March. And we're hoping that we will be able to finish that process, and the board finally have the approval of the transportation demand management strategies for this preserve in FY23. And pending board's approval, we have developed a project for implementing those strategies and starting in FY24. And then another project that I'm working on is the Rancho San Antonio multimodal access implementation. Last year, the board reviewed the study and approved the implementation of the first set of strategies, and we are working on all of them. The board recently received an update on the status, and we will be continuing with our efforts and into FY23 and FY24. And there's 2 projects listed here. It's just for the same project, but some of the items are MAA eligible. Some of them we have to use general fund. So that's why 2 separate projects, but tracking the same set of implementations. And the last project I wanted to highlight is our ADA barrier removal program. And you're familiar with that project. And we adopted or you approved the district's ADA transition plan back in 2018, and we have been systematically work to remove ADA barrier identified in that plan. Some of the work is being done in-house by our land and facility staff. Those work is being paid out of their operating budget. And separately, we have a capital project to fund works that require consulting support, require contractor work. And currently, staff is focusing on improving public easy access at 3 locations, including the Pogus Ridge, Alpine Pond, and the Horseshoe Lake. The work is been going, and it will take multi-years to finish the project. We are currently in design and permitting, and we hope that we can move into construction in FY24. And that covers all I wanted to highlight to you.
All right, thank you. I do believe we have a public comment now. So let's move to that.
Yes, thank you. One just came in. So give me just a moment. Oops, sorry, hold on just a second. Okay, we have a public comment from Craig Gleason. Mr. Gleason, you can unmute and you have 3 minutes.
Thanks. I just wanted to make some quick comments about Bear Creek. First, it's great that the plan includes an off-road bike route from Lexington Reservoir up to the summit. That's something that's been missing in this area, and I think it'll be very popular. Now, putting on my mountain biker hat for a minute, I'd like to encourage the board and the staff to make sure that these projects don't just consider connectivity, but also user experience. And you probably know if you've hiked it, Alma Trail is very steep and wide, and that's more or less the opposite of the trail qualities that mountain bikers would like. So I'd like to make sure that user experience is part of the goals for every bike legal trail project. Actually every trail project. So just as Brian mentioned recently with respect to Black Mountain Trail, we should consider those aspects of user experience for all the user groups. And then going back to multi-user advocacy, I pointed out probably more times than you care to hear that many of the preserves send all the bikes down the steepest trails. And inevitably that leads to higher speeds and uncomfortable crossings. So I don't know if there are any opportunities to improve those aspects of the Bear Creek plans, but I'd like to keep that thought out in front of you. So thanks very much for all your work on these projects and the opportunity to comment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gleason. Do we have any other public comments at this time?
No, we have not received any other public comments at this time.
Okay. Comments or questions from the board at this point for Susanna? Seeing none, Susanna, thank you so much once again for a very thorough and exciting presentation of all these projects. Lots going on around this area. So, all right, we'll move on now, and I believe Brian, you are up.
Yeah, and at this point, I'll ask the same question I asked him this morning. If you'd like me to go ahead and dive into assets and organizational support, or whether you'd like to take a brief break.
Brian, what comes after this this portion. Is there a further discussion
So
after?
yeah, this is the last program area. I have some brief slides on the program areas of emphasis, but since we've already gone through those projects, it's more to graphically show how many programs are supporting diversity and equity, fire programs, and agriculture. So I don't expect a lot of discussion for that. So then after that, it's just deliberation of the board on approving or amending the proposed programs.
Okay, great. Directors, I will look to you for raised hands if you would like to have a break now. I see Director Ripple's hand up. Anyone else like to, as long as we've got one director that would like to have a break, let's do that. And be back at about 10 of 1:50. Okay.
All right, good afternoon. Brian Malone, Assistant General Manager. Now to the really exciting stuff, assets and organizational support. There's still some fun projects in here. You might guess you're highlighting with the opening picture our incredible project at 50/50. And getting close to being ready on that. And we'll go over that a little bit as I get into the meat of it. So 6 new projects, total of 30, and a total of about $4.5 million expenditures. And again, this is just for fiscal year 23. All right, so policies and procedures. So one, it's kind of like the last, or not like, it is the last commitment from the coastal annexation, coastal protection plan, where one of the things that was agreed to that we would amend our basic policies to take account for the new coastal area. So that will get rolling next year to really have some public input and board input on what elements of the basic policies should be as they apply to the coastal area, and then integrating that into the overall basic policies, which for background, that's the basic policy is the kind of groundwork upon which the rest of the district policies are based, mission, basic policies, and then on from there to more implementation policies. Another policy is the good neighbor policy. So this is really the current policy that we have that guides how we work with our neighbors. We've been really successful, particularly when the district has moved into new areas like we are now with the coastal area, of developing relationships with neighbors. And part of that is hearing what concerns are, whether it's, don't put a trail in that's going to look right into my backyard, or can I have permission to do fuel clearance that around my house to limit fire danger? And that has a separate policy and permit, but is also related in the neighbor policy. So kind of elements like that about how we work cooperatively with neighbors. And it's just time for an update on that. So we will take a look at that and review it, and particularly, of course, in this case, do outreach to our neighbors to see what they want to see in the policy and update that. That should get done within just next fiscal year. We now have a wonderful new historic resources procedural guide, and we are working on inventory. So over the next couple of fiscal years, some amendments to the resource guide as we learn. We already have implemented the on-call consultant for doing historic evaluations. I'll mention that actually a little bit later. We used on-call to evaluate the Thornwood residents. And then really the crucial part of it is building out that inventory so that we know all the structural resources that have historical significance, and then we can refer to the guidelines of how we make repairs or make decisions about those structures. So planning's done a great job putting that together and coordinating with the other departments that work on historic structures to develop a good guide that really wraps in both district policies and a lot of the state and local regulations regarding historic resources. And then Anna mentioned at the beginning the diversity, equity, inclusion program actions. And I just wanted to briefly go review what we're looking forward to. So as you know, we had 2 employee groups that looked basically internally about recruitment and retention, and then outwardly to community outreach and partnerships. And I just wanted to not go into all the detail, but just some of the strategies that we're looking at implementing over the next several years. One, we want to integrate DEI into all aspects of culture, district culture, and workflow. We really want to go out to the community to see what the needs are in the community as it relates to district work. We want to intentionally connect with organizations that really enhance the diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then we want to expand our programs, like the grant making program and our docent and volunteer opportunities. We already partner with schools and educational institutions, but we want to identify and prioritize partnerships that would enhance our DEI efforts. Of course, Cooley Landing and East Palo Alto play into those efforts as well. And then we want to improve outreach strategies to reach all communities, particularly those that are underserved or underrepresented in the demographic. And then on the staff, recruitment, hiring, and development, and this recommendation is actually from both teams, is to form a standing DEI group. So the 2 committees that we have kind of fulfilled their mission. They made recommendations, but we want to form a regular one. So we're in the process of soliciting interest for that now. We want to update the board policy to kind of take into account some of the more recent thinking about equity, diversity, and inclusion. Even one of those is even the current policy is equality, diversity, inclusion, and equity is the more commonly used term now to really, it's not just equal treatment, but it's equitable treatment for folks to meet them and their needs. And then we also want to establish internships. We have current internships programs, and that's really a good entry point, particularly working with San Jose Conservation Corps for one aspect of that. We want to train and expand guidance for hiring panels, because as someone coming that interviews for a district job, that's the first thing they see. When we want to make sure that is a welcoming and inclusive process, and to provide cultural competency and training for staff. So bringing in trainers to work with staff, and then also the consideration of a recruitment specialist. So a lot of, and when we go through the full list of diversity, equity, inclusion, you'll see a lot of the public access projects, because bringing in and providing more public access really helps enhance our diversity, equity, inclusion. But this program is specifically focused on that in concrete actions that we're looking at taking over the next couple of years. So I just wanted to highlight that. The financial organization sustainability model, we talked about that earlier. This is going to be a 2-year process to take that off the shelf, and I shouldn't say off the shelf really, because we've been actively using it for our growth as we go through this, and it's been a really good guide, particularly as we're moving into a lot of the work that we need to expand our field resources for. So it is time to take a look at it, and particularly look at some of the new needs that we have identified that weren't originally identified in the FOSM when it was created. And 2 of those are the fuel management and the resource management. And then also the public engagement need has become much greater than was identified. So a lot of those elements we'll take a look at. Okay, now it's been years since we did the original study. How have the needs changed? How will we continue to grow to meet those needs? the fleet transition plan. So this is not our normal capital item that we have every year. So every year we look at what vehicles do we need to replace, what new vehicles that we need, maybe in relation to additional staffing or specialized equipment needs, that sort of thing. This is actually looking holistically at the whole fleet and looking at how we help meet the climate action plan through our fleet. I'm sure if you've been paying attention, there are lots of new electric vehicle options out there. At the same time, procuring vehicles through the government process, and even as a private party, has become much more difficult because of the supply chain issues. For instance, we have a truck that's fully constructed that we're waiting on, that we hired, that we ordered back in, I believe in August, September, and it's just waiting for a chip. So some of the delays on chip production are some of the drawbacks on vehicle production. So that's one challenge that we're facing, just purchasing vehicles. And so it's not, I don't think it's going to be really easy to just go out and buy an all electric fleet. So we're doing this plan to really plan out, and maybe there'll be a little period where we keep vehicles a little bit longer because we are waiting for that availability, particularly of four-wheel drive vehicles that can go out into the field, and also at the same time be electric or hybrid that really reduce the amount of fuel consumption. But it's really exciting seeing what's out there, and we would love to get to the point where we have and I think it's going to be possible to have a fleet that really reduces the amount of fuel that we're using. We've already done a lot in going to the diesel that has a lower climate change impact, but the next step is to moving to electric vehicles to the extent that we can. And then you've already heard and approved the radio system assessment upgrade. And this is going to be, this year, we're going to have a major expenditure. If you remember how we set it up, because this is a large cost item, we set it up so half the expenditure will be this fiscal year, and then approximately half the expenditure will be next fiscal year. And in next fiscal year, we'll finish all those improvements to upgrade our system. To go back to the reason for doing that, the equipment has just reached the end of its service life. Plus, we're looking at the entirety of the system to be able to expand coverage to the coastal area. So with that, are there any questions on any of the items on this slide?
All right, questions for Brian. Director Riffle.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Brian, for doing that. Don't have to have an answer, just want to plant a seed, if you will. I'm really looking forward to the FOSM update. I think it has done really well over its 10 years that we've been implementing or thereabouts. However, the FOSM was driven by a vision plan that we did 10 years ago. It was, I think it was 2012 or thereabouts, which kind of led to Measure AA and so on. But, if I just reflect on how much has changed in those 10 years, that in addition to just doing the FOSM update, we might want to spend some time or factor in a time or part of the process to say, what has changed is from a vision point of view or from the drivers of the vision. Because I think in 2012, did we have the wildfire situation as we have today? Not as much. Did we have the drought situation? Not as much. We've had a lot of, we had the experience with COVID and what that's done from a visitation point of view, hadn't experienced any of that. So as we think about that FOSM update in the process, let's also think about, really incorporating the different drivers that we've had to experience in that. Just want to make that comment.
And I think that's really a lot of the reason why it becomes a little bit outdated and needs a refresher, is because things have changed. You touched on, one of the major ones certainly is fire and fuel reduction activities have become much more urgent. But yes, across the board, a lot of needs. Overall, just our response to climate change, which of course includes fire, And the board has identified those in changes to the strategic plan. So that will certainly be a major factor in assessing the needs and then how the organization can grow to meet those. You're right in stating that the original need for the FOSM was, okay, we've approved this vision plan, the public has approved the funding measure. How do we grow the staff to meet those needs specific to that? So that really was the focus and essential and met that need. And we'll continue aspects of like Cloverdale was something we anticipated then, and we'll certainly have staffing proposed to help manage that. But there are new things that we've identified that have to be factored in as we look at it again.
Good. All right, Director Hassett.
Yes, thank you. As most of you know, I've been involved with the good neighbor policy for a long time, going back to the era when Nonette was trying to hash some issues out with the Skyline neighborhoods and stuff. And ever since then, I've been part of the updating policy or good neighbor policy that the district has worked on. And I think it's been relatively successful. Actually very successful if you want to know the truth. But I think I've reached a point now where I'm concerned about how we look at the good neighbor policy and defined. I guess the question I have is, how do you define a neighbor? And I think we oftentimes think of, well, he's on the guy on the other side of the fence, or he's the guy who lives next door, or he's the guy or gal that does this or that or whatever. And it's always kind of this one-on-one situation. And I think in order to understand how you can become a better neighbor, you really need to define neighbor as community. And I think once you start to look at a community as what you're trying to work with and for, you would start to look at some of your decision-making things like, where another office might be located. Would it be out in the middle of nowhere, or would it be downtown Half Moon Bay, or if you're hiring somebody to do a well rigging job, well drilling job, do you take it from the Contra Costa well driller the low bid, or do you figure out how to outreach to some of the well people in your area? There's so many different things where if you just became more of a part of your neighborhood, you would become a much better neighbor. And that's so. I just want to let those know that are working on the update on that policy that we need to really understand what we're defining as neighbor. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yep, that well noted. I mean, I certainly think as we're doing outreach for Cloverdale, we're certainly thinking about the Pescadero community. And I agree that that's a good way. A lot of our interaction is that, over the fence, one-on-one, but that's a good perspective.
Great, thank you, Director Hassett. Director Sear.
I just want to follow up on what Larry was saying and say, I think a good example of that is how we responded to Long Ridge and the community around there and developing a whole year-long process to help incorporate a lot of that neighborhood. So I understand what you're saying, Larry. I think it's a good notion. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, any other questions at this point? Larry, you still have your hand up. Would you like to add another comment?
No, I'm just sloppy and getting it down. Thanks.
All right. All right, we'll move on then.
All right. So I promised I'd get back to the administrative office. So I included a picture here. It actually kind of surprised me because I'm not involved in the direct management of the new building remodel, but all 4 of the panels are up on the outside of the building, and I hope you can see that in the picture. You have to kind of peek through the trees a little bit, but it really looks fantastic. And once everything's finished and the fencing's removed and all that, it'll really stand out. So really excited about that. General manager just sent a email to the board about when we expect to move. So we're now expecting end of May for the move in, and we were able to negotiate the close escrow for 3030 Distal to be after that at no cost. So Real Property did a great job with that. So we're really, there's been hiccups with deliveries of other stuff, whether it was initially about the roofing materials, that's all done. All the windows are on site now. So, hiccups that you would expect with this type of major project, but it's all looking, good to get done so that we can move in at the end of May. Sierra Azul Ranger residence. So this is the what we called the South Area Outpost for a while. We have 2 structures on the property on Pheasant Road, and one's currently occupied as a maintenance residence. And if you remember from the housing presentation that I did, we have very little presence in our South area. So we are very excited about developing a ranger residence to have patrol presence in our South area, particularly for the Sierra Azul and the Umanum area. And that's looking to be just a remodel, upgrade of the existing structure, which does need quite a bit of work, and we'll have to work through the county planning process to develop that residence. And then the next one is structures disposition. So this is just a standing project E&C has taken on. We have a long list that we're actually making great progress every year of moving through of dilapidated, unused structures that are at this point just a hazard and need to be removed and restored to a natural state. So for instance, you just heard a report and made the decision on demolishing the Smith House. So that'll be a structure moving forward to demolition and may go into next fiscal year. And then we'll go over that list and choose additional structures that would be ready for demolition. If the board has approved it already, then it would just go through the bid process. If it hasn't been approved for demolition, then it would go back to the board prior to going out for the bid. Then the next one, I mentioned that we used the on-call historic evaluation consultant that's been set up as part of our new historical review process. And we use that consultant to evaluate the Thornwood residence. So they did find, due to changes in the structure, that it was not significantly historic at the Thornwood residence. So that leaves us a few more options open for as far as evaluation. But we are going through the process for repairs to be able to get someone into that residence and then evaluate it for long-term repairs and what the cost would be for that for the Thornwood residence. And then of course, there's the Hawthorne's Historic Complex Assessment coming to you, I believe at the board meeting, the next board meeting or the one after that, will be just an assessment of the structures of what it would take to maintain them, not restore them, but to maintain them over the long term, what the investment would look like, what the cost benefits are of doing, and not just the main building, but all of the buildings. So the board can take a holistic look at the site and make decisions about what improvements are going to be made, or if there was decisions to remove any of the structures to start that process. So one of the things that's on hold for now is the roof of the Hawthorne's main house, because we want the board to look at what the cost of repairs are first before we make quite a large investment to replace the roof. Really, at this point, it's not just re-roofing, but it's replacing the entire roof structure as well. So this would give us all the information that we would need to work with partners for possibilities of use of the site, and then for board decisions. we expect, as you can see, that this is a multi-year process to look at this site. There's a lot of community interest and certainly requires a lot of financial investment if the structures are to be preserved. So with that, I'll take any questions on this slide.
All right, Director Holman, you have patiently been waiting.
It's okay. So a few questions. So I noticed on the photo, and thank you again for this, a lot of good information. I noticed on the photo of the AO building, and I did read the email this morning that came from Anna. No surprises there as I responded. No surprises given the current building climate. I did notice in this photo, though, there's a good amount of graffiti on the construction fence. Do we feel like we have adequate protection and distancing to keep people away from applying graffiti to the building?
Yeah, so I mean, if it looks like Tanisha is going to speak directly to that, go ahead and take that.
Thanks, Brian. Tanisha Werner, Senior Capital Project Manager with ENC. So the contractor actually has a security guard that's there 24/7. They patrol the grounds, and since we started construction, we have had 0 instances of vandalism on the site. Just a little bit of graffiti that they do continually have to clean up on the exterior fence.
That's really great. Thank you so very much. Then regarding the structures disposition, who's the consultant that's being used? That you said there's an on-call historic consultant. Who is that, and what's their credential?
So there are several consultants. So that we went through a RFP and then brought on several consultants. I don't have the list in front of me. If there's someone that can pull it up quickly, go ahead and raise your hand. Looks like Jane just turned on her video. And if not, we could get it for you later.
Yes, Jane Mark, Planning Manager. The Planning Department did issue an RFQP for on-call historic consultants who are professionally qualified. So we have, I believe, 4 on-call specialists. That includes Knapp Architects, Gabrivalia, Page and Turnbull, and there is one more that I'm trying to track down. So I'll get you that 4th one.
I appreciate it. I know. So you said Garavalia and Page and Turnbull, and there were 2
architects.
I'm sorry.
Oh, LSA. That's right. Thanks, Scott. LSA.
Okay, I know 2 of the 4, so appreciate
Yes.
sending those along. Yeah, yeah, with the Hawthorne's historic complex. So when there was some comment about that before, and Jane, you can help with this one too, I'm sure. When that was brought forth before, and there was a or mention was made of it before, there was a $10 million number used about restoring the Hawthorne's house, and a contractor had been there. And I raised the question about what kind of contractor. So in other words, an historic building, as you all know, can use the state historic building code and ADA forgiveness, just looking at alternative ways to accomplish X, Y, and Z in terms of safety and access and stuff like that. So I don't know if that's happened yet or not. And also, the last time this was brought up, there was conversation about maybe subdividing so that the mansion is on a different parcel, if that's possible or not. And then been wondering since then, is there any possibility of amending the covenant, revisiting the covenant? My understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that some of the covenant restrictions are put in place by post as opposed to the I just went blank, the Woods family. So those are a lot of questions. You don't necessarily have to have all the answers now. You probably do, but we can talk about it when this comes to the board too, but just wanted to give you a heads up on those things at least. So if you have anything you want to say, that's great. If not.
Jane,
go ahead.
I probably handle maybe most, if not all of them. So we are in the middle of, I think, awarding a contract to do structural assessments with cost estimates for the myriad of buildings that are there, including the main house. So that is happening.
I'm sorry, you said with the newly added buildings. Did I hear that right?
The myriad of buildings, there's a lot of.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Thank you.
Including the main house. And so we'll have that. I believe if the contract is over 50,000, it's coming to the board. So you'll see that if it's over 50.
And that's a contractor, and that's a contract that's familiar with the State Historic Building Code and ADA and
Right.
stuff like that.
There is historic resources consultant as part of that. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And then we will be issuing a board FYI here pretty shortly with information about the option of splitting out that piece of the property. So you'll get some information there about that. And the last question you had, Director Holman,
was about amending the covenant.
Oh,
Conservation easement.
Yeah, the easement. What I can tell you is that gets very complicated and difficult, and a lot of it probably comes down to maintaining post integrity around their conservation easements, which I can totally understand. If there's ongoing changes and amendments to them, it really erodes the power and the usefulness of a conservation easement. But Hillary can probably add to that.
Thanks, General Manager Ruiz. I just wanted to add, Hillary Stevenson, General Counsel. I wanted to add that amending a conservation easement requires the approval from the State Attorney General because it's related to the tax benefits of the conservation easement being granted in the first place. So it does require a pretty convoluted process, and it's something that in general, land trust, as General Manager Ruiz alluded to a minute ago, land trusts are reluctant to do it because unless it is a really, really crucial, important issue that affects kind of how they administer their program, it's not generally encouraged to amend a conservation easement. So we'd want to really work closely with our partner to make sure that there's a good reason for that, and they would need to agree with us. Hopefully
that makes sense and is helpful. And just one last thing here, and again, this is a longer conversation later, perhaps, but is allowing the Hawthorne's mansion to erode. Is that a violation of the easement? So I need to go back and read the easement again. Thank you. It's easement, not covenant, I guess, but I was thinking it was maybe both. But anyway, we can talk about that later when this comes to the board, but just to kind of give you some heads up.
And Director Holman, if you want, the short answer to that question is no, it is not a violation of the conservation easement. And I don't believe there's an obligation to retain the building under that conservation easement. So hopefully that's helpful.
Okay. And I would add that we have been, and we've done this several times now, temporary placement of plastic coating on the roof to protect the building in the time being.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. I'll have more on this, but not now. Not the time or place. Thanks.
Okay. Very good. Moving on.
All right. So communications and outreach. There's a little thing going on this year you may be aware of. So our 50th anniversary. I chose a picture of Herb Granch and Nonette Hanko, kind of talking about the beginning of our district, and then the picture that I think Public Affairs has chosen to the kind of forever. So 50 years to forever, of course, is our theme. You probably heard this ad nauseum already, but if you haven't already saved the date, April 30th for the Family Festival at Ravenswood. I was out for a public meeting in East Palo Alto about the parks master plan, and they were excited about hosting us. And then on the coast side, community celebration on September 10th, and a whole slew of, one of the things that's online now is all preserves, great and small. So docent activities to get you out to every preserve. The love letters that are being posted on social media now are fantastic to see that other folks in the public have the same love that our staff, our board, our neighbors have for district preserves. So Public Affairs is just doing a great job putting out all these events that have already started. And you, of course, see the new logo on all our letters and on our PowerPoint presentations. So it really is a focus for this year and will continue through into next year, of course, as we finish out our 50th year. Customer relationship management, that's the CRM, probably the best known one is Salesforce, helping businesses reach out to their customer. We have to do the same sort of thing. It's not to sell people stuff, but it's to engage with folks about their particular interests. We maintain all these lists about people that are interested in e-bikes or interested in Rancho or our neighbors, all that sort of stuff. And we get a lot of communication for the public. So choosing a system that would help us manage all that, make sure that we're not missing people and make it easier so that we're not having to do these mass mailings that we sometimes do when we don't know if we have all the people that are interested in a particular topic. So really would help us be more efficient and more effective in reaching out to the public. The public is our customer that wants to come out and enjoy the lands and has interest in how we manage them. Public GIS hub. So one thing that's really developed with the district as really a special quality and special ability, particularly compared to other agencies, is our fantastic GIS staff and system. For example, when we were having those big fires, we were able to actually host all the information that was going out to the public about what was happening with the Santa Cruz unit lightning fire. And this would just make all that information that we have, make it more accessible to the public. So really exciting program. I'm always really glad to share what we have as far as mapping and information that we're doing such a fantastic job on. Now to move into more of some of the systems. So as you know, we've had an ongoing programmatic permit that's covers a lot of our activities, but in San Mateo County, kind of building off the programmatic permit, we're also working on a master permit. From previous projects that San Mateo County, some of our projects, from
Brian, you are cutting, you're cutting out.
Fiscal year, we would actually put together.
Oops.
Brian, you might want to start again and maybe turn off your video for now.
Okay. So I am in the office, so I don't know, but what I heard from your end was President Christine Tucker telling me I was cutting off, and then I just dropped off entirely. So can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I think I'll go back to the San Mateo County master permit. Is that about where I dropped off?
Yes, that's where you started.
Okay.
We started to lose you.
All right. So we've had some difficulties permitting individual projects in San Mateo County. So we've been working on this process to do a master permit. And it's really building off all the types of projects that go under our programmatic permitting, which is designed for the regulatory agencies like the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Those agencies that we have to apply for permits with, we have programmatic permitting. We're going through the process of that, and then building off that, we have the master permit, which next fiscal year will actually develop the application after having consultation with the county, develop the application for the master permit, submit it, and hopefully get approved so that we can streamline a lot of our projects in San Mateo County. That of course will be really exciting not of course in and of itself, but it will help us move projects along much faster. Another big, not so fun initially project, but really help our business processes is to migrate to a new enterprise resource planning system. For people not familiar with it, that's basically our finance system where we do all our payments, all our contracts, all through that. We're touching, everyone throughout the district is touching that every day. So we're really looking forward to a new system with a lot more capabilities than our current one. This system will actually also be able to handle some of the human resources processes. So really integrate all of that together and improve workflow. The other system that we have that's working on an old antiquated access database is our preserve use permit system. So that's everything from whether you have a large group that requires a permit, or you want to camp at Black Mountain, or you want to get a permit for the fire clearance from a neighbor that I was talking about, for all those type of things. We issue thousands of permits each year. It's become very cumbersome. So we're working towards a new system that will be easier to administer and also have an easier public interface as well. So any questions on any of these activities?
Right, directors. We're getting down to it. So any other questions for Brian now? No?
Okay.
Brian, do you have more slides?
I guess that was it.
Okay, so let's see if we have any public comments on this.
President Kirsty Tucker, we don't have any public comments for this item.
All right. Any other comments or questions for Brian on the assets and organizational support component? No? All right, Brian, thank you very much. I mean, you made it really exciting and interesting at the end of the day for this. So appreciate again the scope and magnitude of all these projects.
All right, so I appreciate the compliment of making assets and organizational support interesting. So I seem to have lost control when I left, got kicked off. Thank you for going forward. As I mentioned earlier, we've already gone through the individual projects, so I'm not going to go back through these, but we do want to just highlight all the work that we're doing that supports our different areas of interest. This is agriculture. It covers actually 2 slides, but a lot of the infrastructure that we were talking about. Several of the acquisitions you may have noticed were tagged with agriculture because they include active grazing lands. And then some of the policy work we're doing. So just a broad scope, of course, the agricultural policies. Here it is continued. The wells that I talked about, neighbor policy, and then drought response resiliency. So I don't want to spend a lot of time, but you can see when you look at all the different programs, there's lots of individual projects that support agriculture. Yeah, next slide. All right, so diversity. So I really already talked about our focus project to really look at our organization and really improve how we are dealing with these issues, our outreach, our internally, how we hire, all that sort of stuff. And then the bulk of these projects are public access projects. As I mentioned before, anytime that we can improve access, provide access to more people, all the multimodal projects to make it so that people are always having to drive there, those are all adding to the diversity, inclusion, equity, access to open space preserves. Then we also, which I already highlighted, a couple of special projects reaching out to our Native American community. Next slide. Just again, continuing, as you saw, we have lots of mostly public access projects. And then we'll move on to our next one, fire prevention. Already highlighted the major ones, but a lot of our projects have a fuels aspect to them, even if they're not specifically part of the Wildland Fire Resiliency Program. Certainly the Irish Ridge restoration, our invasive weed work. Sometimes we forget that almost all of our invasive weeds are also add to the fuel component. And when we restore native natural habitats, we are also improving on the fuel loading. We also, I didn't mention, but we are still working on the implementation. You may see some equipment related to our fire suppression program. I think that is the last slide. Go ahead and progress. That's it. So now we've reached the end of the staff presentation.
Okay. So are there any further deliberations by the board? We've heard a lot today. I think this is an extraordinary showcase of the work of this magnificent district. The breadth and the complexity and the interlocking pieces are so incredibly impressive. I wish so many members of the public could be with us and experience kind of all that we've seen and heard today. So thank you to staff. I see I have hands raised. We'll start with Director Kishimoto and then Director Riffle.
Yes, thank you. Well, I definitely want to second the comments that you made, President Christine Tucker. It's very, very impressive. I mean, just the command we have over our entire complexity of all that we manage. So kudos to all the staff. And I also wanted to pat ourselves on the back for how well that step-by-step process is working, because you know, we really get the board input at an early enough stage that we're never in a point where, you know, we have to send staff back to rework something, because we have seen we have an opportunity to weigh in at the right time, which is very early on. So yes, excellent job. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Riffle.
Yeah, is this an opportunity to do some concluding comments, Zoe, or were
yes,
there other?
Please.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'll be anxious to see if there's any public comment, but just a few that I would like to make. First is I really want to congratulate and thank staff, not only for, you know, going through this process, and I agree with Director Kishimoto, I think it's working very well, but if I just think about the last couple of years of what staff has had to go through and the amount of incredible work that is accomplished, and then it's almost like we didn't miss a beat. And I just think we need to acknowledge the fact that we've been through a really rough couple of years, and this district just kind of kept going, and we're keeping going with this incredible list of projects. And I just don't think we should let that pass without acknowledging just how incredible our staff and our leadership is in making all of that happen. So thank you, not only for the last 2 years, but for this upcoming plan and this upcoming year. It's ambitious, but and we're going to get it done, and we absolutely are. But it's just, I just feel so great to be associated with an organization that just is able to deliver like this organization does. I want to congratulate staff also on our first full 3-year capital improvement and action plan. We've been talking about this for a long time, and I know we've been working every year a little bit closer to it. So I'm really happy that we are finally at this level. I think it's going to be very, very helpful for us. I like how we have continued to break out our actions by the 4 key program goals. Because, you know, we spent a lot of time going through our strategy, as you know, as Brian mentioned, and, you know, thinking a lot back in December about how those goals and those objectives. And although I don't know that we broke it down by objective, I remember one time that we did that was kind of interesting. But I really like the fact that we are breaking it down at least by goals, so we can see how that balances out. And in the 3 areas of interest that Brian showed us, I really appreciate staff taking the extra effort to do that, to say, okay, after all of this work, are we really delivering, on those higher level goals and higher level vision of what we have talked about and promised the public. The other comment is the integration of the diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the integration of climate change. And to me, that's something that almost has to infuse into everything that we do. It can't be just a separate project. It has to be part of everything that we do. And I mean, if anything, this organization has realized the value of biodiversity and social diversity, and how do we have to make those things and figure out how we make those things work for the long-term viability and success of our organization. And I'm really happy to see in this plan, and we talked about today, that's happening. I just want to call out on the ag policy. Happy to see that that's going to be coming to finalization, because guess where most of our growth is going to be? It's going to be on the coast. It's going to be involving ag land. So I think that's the important policy to have in place as we go through this. And then just finally, I guess I'd like to call out to Stefan and his team as far as the financial analysis, the financial clarity, the transparency that we have tried to do and be clear about. In fact, we've won awards over many years now about a public agency that's trying very hard for the public to understand how their money is being put to work for them. And so I just want to acknowledge all the good work that's gone into that, and which is kind of manifested in this plan. So thank you, everyone, for your really good and solid work.
Good. Thank you, Kurt. Director Hassett.
Yes, thank you. On another note, I'd like to dedicate today's meeting to the memory of Don Aitken, who passed away this last Sunday. Personally, he was the person that probably influenced my life more than any other person I know of other than my father. But his imprint on what went on in the Skyline area is well, I don't know how well known it is, but he was a major rock in all of the environmental things that went on this mountain, and is credited with he was a physicist at Stanford, grad student at in physics as a physicist, and he took over the environmental studies department at San Jose State, which I know many of our staff have gone through his program that he left after 10 or 12 years. But he was instrumental in getting started the Committee for Green Foothills in its infancy. He's just been an incredible spokesperson for, doing the most you can for solar, I'm just losing it right now, but if whatever environmental issue you want to talk about, Don Aitken was a very important person in getting it going in the right direction. There'll be more later on, but I would just like to dedicate this meeting to his memory.
All right. Thank you, Director Hassett. Before we move any farther, let me just make one last check to see if there are any further public comments.
President Christine Tucker, there are no additional public comments.
Okay, thank you. Would any other member of the board like to make a comment at this juncture?
This
Seeing
is
none?
here, just
Yes.
again, echoing the earlier comments, tremendous effort on the part of staff, and the results are really stunning, and much appreciated all that's gone into this. And as Director Riffle said, the last couple of years have been tremendous ability to pivot and respond to situations that were changing remarkably fast. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Jed. With that, I think we're moving very clearly towards the end of this meeting, and moving very clearly from 50 to forever. There's something about the work that we've seen today and the long range thinking and planning and coordination that this district continues to engage in that gives me such hope and faith for the future of this organization in this region. So thank you all. And I think we have accomplished everything we need to do today. Anna, is there anything else you would like from the board at this juncture?
President Kirsty Tucker, we do typically take a vote on that general manager's recommendation that was just up to affirm the proposed fiscal year budget and capital improvement and action plan, if there
Okay.
aren't any changes.
All right, and I will entertain a motion.
Be happy to make a motion.
Mr.
Kishimoto.
We have a motion from Director Kishimoto and a second from Director Seer. And a roll call, please.
Director Seer,
Most enthusiastically, yes.
Director Hassett,
Yes.
Director Holman,
Yes, indeed.
Director Kishimoto,
Yes.
Director Riffle,
Yes.
and President Kirsty Tucker.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right. Was that 6 or 7?
Director Siemens had to leave early.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it. All right, with that, I will adjourn this meeting in honor of the
Stay
memory.
connected for a little.
I'll adjourn the meeting in honor of the memory of Don Aiken. Thank you all.